United States of America. Against Robert Sylvester Kelly, defendant. 19 CR 00286 AMD. United States Courthouse, Brooklyn, New York. Friday, August 20th, 2021, 9:30 a.m. X. Transcript of criminal cause for jury trial before the Honorable and M. Donnelly, United States District Judge. APPEARANCES. For the government, Jacqueline M. Cassilis, ESQ. Acting United States Attorney, Eastern District of New York, 271, Cadman Plaza, East Brooklyn, New York, 11201 BY. Elizabeth Geddes, ESQ. Nadia Shahada, ESQ. Maria E. Cruz Melendez, ESQ. Assistant United States Attorneys. For the defendant, Aiello and Kanik, ESQ. 69-06 Grand Avenue, Maspeth, New York, 11378 BY. Devereaux L. Kanik, ESQ. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 470. APPEARANCES. Continued. For the defendant, Blank Law, PC. For 44, South Washington Avenue, Royal Oak, Michigan, 48067 BY, Nicole Blank Becker, ESQ. The Law Office of Thomas A. Farinella, 260, Madison Avenue, 8th floor, New York, New York, 10016 BY, Thomas A. Farinella, ESQ. The C.H. Scholar Law Firm, PLLC, 225 Broadway, Suite 225, New York, New York, 10007 BY, Calvin Harold Scholar, ESQ. Court Reporter, Stacy A. Mace, RMR, CRR, RPR, CCR. Official Court Reporter Email, smacrpr@gmail.com. Proceedings recorded by computerized stenography. Transcript produced by computer-aided transcription. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 471. In open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, all right, everybody can have a seat. Pause. The court, good morning, everybody. I think we're ready to go. Do you have a witness? M.S. Geddes, we have a witness. We can bring him out. Just one quick thing, for your honor. Our third witness is going to invoke the Fifth Amendment, and we are prepared to immunize him. I think usually we do that outside the presence of the jury. The court, yes. M.S. Geddes, so if we could take a short break after our second witness, it probably will align with the morning break. The court, but at 11:30 I have another matter. M.S. Geddes, okay. The court, that's going to take a hot second, but yes, we will figure that out. How long do you think these first two are going to be? M.S. Geddes, I was just corrected. He's actually our fourth witness, but the court, maybe after lunch? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 472. MS Geddes, probably. The court, okay. MS Geddes, and then one other matter. That witness has an attorney who will be present in the courtroom, and so we just need to know at some point where the attorney should be located. The court, I think we decided that the attorney is going to be over where you've helpfully placed your MS Geddes, our cart. The court, yes. MS Geddes, we'll move it. The court, we'll figure it out. But that's the fourth witness. MS Geddes, yes. The court, all right. Anything else that we have to do before we start? MS Blank Becker, I just have one thing, Judge. The court, yes, into the microphone. MS Blank Becker, yes. Judge, there were medical records that were discussed yesterday, and I believe we have a stipulation and agreement that those records are not to be produced to the media, to the public. The court, I mean they are personal records, yes, that makes sense to me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 473. Okay, anything else? MS Geddes, no, Your Honor. Would you like us to bring our witness out now? The court, well, I guess that's fine, yes. Witness enters and takes the stand. The court, just have a seat over there, and we will turn to you in just a second. Pause in the proceedings. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, all right, good morning, everybody. I feel like it's a little warmer in here, but it could just be wishful thinking. Some of you are shaking your heads, all right. Anyway, I hope everybody had a good night. We are ready to proceed. The government is calling another witness. MS Geddes, yes, Your Honor, the government called Anthony Navarro. The courtroom deputy, Mr. Navarro, please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the answers you give to the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 474. Witness sworn. The courtroom deputy, please state your name for the record. The witness, Anthony Navarro. The courtroom deputy, thank you. Be seated. The court, okay, Mr. Navarro, just a couple of things. First of all, our court reporters take down everything that you say, so please don't talk too quickly and don't talk over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. I just want to make sure they can get everything down. If there is a question you don't understand or you need to have repeated, let me know. And just do your best to answer only the question that you're being asked. Okay? The witness, okay. The court, all right, go ahead. M.S. Geddes, thank you, Your Honor. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 475. Anthony Navarro, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn/affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination by M.S. Geddes. Hugh, good morning. Hi. Hugh, did you receive a subpoena to testify here today? I did. Hugh, do you want to be here? In New York, yes, but not here. Hugh, how old are you? 36. Hugh, are you currently employed? I am. Hugh, what do you do? I own 2 businesses. I have a music production studio called Motu's Flow and a smoothie shop called The Court. Keep your voice up. The witness, okay. A proper nutrition. The court, much better. Hugh, how far did you go in school? 5 years worth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 476. Hugh, where did you go to school? A Pensacola State College in Florida and Full Sail University. Hugh, what is Full Sail University? Or what did you do at Full Sail University? I studied audio engineering and recording arts. Hugh, how long were you there? It was for an associate's program, so about 2 years. Hugh, when did you graduate from Full Sail? Yes. Hugh, when did you graduate? 2006. Hugh, where is Full Sail University located? It's in Winter Park, Florida, which is right outside of Orlando. Hugh, where, if anywhere, did you move after you finished at Full Sail? So, right after I graduated, I moved to the Los Angeles area in California. Hugh, and when you graduated, did you get a job in or near the field of audio engineering? Yes, I did. Hugh, where did you get a job? It was R.Kelly's recording studio called The Chocolate Factory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 477. Hugh, in what city was the chocolate factory? Olympia Fields, which is like a suburb of Chicago. Q. When did you begin? I started in the summer of 2007, like July-ish. Q. Do you see the individual you knew as R.Kelly in the courtroom today? A. Yes. Q. Can you please point to him and describe an article of his clothing? A gray suit, brown shirt. The court, indicating the defendant. M.S. Geddes, thank you. By M.S. Geddes, Q. How long did you work for the defendant? A. It was about 2.5 years. Q. When you stopped working for the defendant, where was he? What was he doing? A. He was on tour. Q. Did you go on tour, on that particular tour with the defendant? A. No, I did not. Q. Do you recall to whom you gave your notice that you were stopping working for the defendant? A. Yes. Q. Who did you give your notice to? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 478. His manager, Tom Arnold. M.S. Geddes. I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 31. This is for the witness only, please. Q. Do you recognize the individuals shown in Government Exhibit 31? A. Yes. Q. Who is that? A. That's Tom Arnold. Q. Is that a fair and accurate photo of Tom Arnold? A. It is. M.S. Geddes. The government offers Government Exhibit 31. M.S. Becker. No objection, Judge. The court. That's in, and you can publish it. M.S. Geddes. Thank you. Government's Exhibit 31 was received in evidence. Exhibit published. By M.S. Geddes. Q. You testified that you gave notice to Tom Arnold. Do you recall where it was that you gave notice to him? A. Yeah, it was at one of the shows, and I believe it was in Chicago. Q. And when you say one of the shows, whose shows are you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 479. Referring to? A. Robs. Q. Do you remember approximately what year that was? A. It was 2009. Q. And as you sit here today, do you know the show that it was in connection with? A. I believe it was the Ladies Make Some Noise tour. Q. And where, again, did you say the show was where you gave notice to Tom Arnold? In what city? A. It was in Chicago. Q. During the time that you worked for the defendant, where did you work? A. It was at the recording studio, which was in his house. Q. In the defendant's house? A. Yes. M.S. Geddes. I am showing what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 502A. Exhibit published. Q. Do you recognize 502A? A. Yes. Q. What is that? A. That's the security gate to the property, to the house. Q. Where the defendant lived and where you worked? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 480. MS Gettys, and I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 502C. By MS Gettys, Hugh, do you recognize what's shown in 502C? A yes. Hugh, what is that? That's Rob's house. Hugh, and can you tell from what vantage point that photograph was taken? Yeah, so that's the front. As soon as you get into the past the security gates, that's facing the front of the house. Hugh, and is that a fair and accurate photograph of the location where the defendant lived and where you worked? Yep, it looks like there's more trees than I remember, but that's it. MS Gettys, the government offers 502C. The court, any objection? MS Blank Becker, no objection, Judge. The court, all right, that's in and you can publish it. Government's Exhibit 502C was received in evidence. Exhibit published. By Ms. Gettys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 481. Q. Now, you testified that you worked out of the defendant's home. Where specifically did you work? A. In the recording studio that was inside the house. Q. And was there a name for the recording studio where you worked? Yeah, it was called the Chocolate Factory. Q. Now, when you pull up to the defendant's residence where you were working, what do you see? What's the first thing that you see? Are you saying when you're driving into it's the security gate? Q. And once you go through the gate, can you describe the structures that are on that property? A yes. Pause. AO, are you asking me to describe? Q. Oh, yes. So, as soon as you go in the court, I think we lost our mic. The witness, the battery's dead. Pause. Okay, so, structures. As soon as you go in you can see the house, and then there's a few different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 482. Structures. There's to the right there's a basketball court, tennis court type of thing. There's a log cabin, like a miniature log cabin in the yard. Hugh, where is the log cabin? It's in the front yard of the house. There's a garage. There's a few tents. Hugh, you mentioned a garage. What type of garage was it? Was it an attached garage or a detached garage? It was detached from the house. Hugh, and you also mentioned some tents. Where were the tents situated? So, there the tents were, next to the garage. It was like tents to park cars. And then there's also a gazebo tent for just that was on the side of the house, which they had, like a patio out there. Q, you testified that there was the chocolate factory at that location, correct? Yeah. Q, where was the chocolate factory located? The chocolate factory was in the basement of Rob's house. Q, and how would someone access the chocolate factory, the studio? To get into the studio, there was a side entrance towards the back of the house, and you had to go down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 483. These stairs to access it. Q, fair to say you spent some time in that studio as part of your employment with the defendant? Yes. Q, can you describe what is inside the studio, the layout of the studio? Yeah. So, as soon as you walk in, there's a front desk reception area with a computer, a couch, sitting area, and then you walk in. There's a long hallway, a bunch of platinum plaques on the wall, and to the right at the end of the hallway there's a recording studio, a storage room. And then you go past that, there's another door, there's a stairwell to get to the main part of the house. And then you go down another hallway, there's another recording studio, with a machine room that has, equipment. And then when you go past that, there's another hallway with a movie theater, more storage rooms, a bathroom. Q, now, you just mentioned, I think, that there was a stairway to get to the other part of the house. Is that another way to get into the studio? Yes. Q, so, you could get to the studio, in addition to the side entrance which you previously testified, you could also get there from inside of the defendant's residence? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 484. Q, you mentioned 2 different recording studios in that basement area. Were there any names for those recording studios? Yeah, the first Music 1 was Music 1 or Studio 1 was the name of one of the studios, and then the cabin was the name of another one. Q, any reason why that other recording studio was called the cabin? The decor of the studio was designed to look like the inside of a log cabin. So there was logs on the wall. Q, was there a kitchen area in that basement part of the studio, or in the basement part where the chocolate factory was located? Yes. Q, where was that? The kitchenette was in as soon as if you're coming in from the side entrance of the house. There's the reception at the front desk, and then the kitchen was right there. Q, now, as part of your employment with the defendant, did you have an opportunity to also spend time inside the main house, so apart from the basement area where the chocolate factory was located? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 485. Q. How many floors do you recall in the main house? The main house had 3 floors. Q. Had you been on each of those floors? Yes. Q. Can you describe what's on the first floor? Yes. So, the first floor was a kitchen. There's a pool room. Q. And when you say pool room, what are you referring to? Like an indoor swimming pool. So, the kitchen, the living room. There is a giant, like, stage built for performances. There was a sunroom. There was another room that was set up to be like a bar, cigar and cigar room. A couple of bathrooms. Q. How about on the second floor? What's there? So, the second floor was more bedrooms, and then also there's like a game room, which was like a room that had a pool table and things like that, TVs. Q. And how about the on third floor? The third floor was where more rooms. The master bedroom was there. Q. And when you say more rooms, are you referring to bedrooms? Bedrooms, yeah. Q. By the way, when you described the 2 studios in the basement, does the chocolate factory refer to that entire area? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 486. Or just one particular studio there. The chocolate factory was the whole studio. Q. You also testified that there was a garage, a detached garage on the property. Have you been inside? Yes. Q. What was inside the garage? Inside the garage was, like, workout equipment. There was a boxing ring. There was a bed. A shower, bathroom. Q. What, if anything, do you recall being parked at the defendant's residence? So, there's quite a few vehicles there. Do you need me to describe the vehicles? Q. Sure, yes, please. All right, so there's a handful of SUVs. A Denali Expedition, a couple of Jeeps, Jeep Cherokees. There was a Maybach, a Lamborghini. The court, a what? The witness, a Lamborghini. The court, but what did you say before that? The witness, a Maybach. The court, okay. What is that, a kind of car? The witness, it's like a super luxury sedan type of Mercedes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 487. The court, okay, keep your voice up. The witness, okay. The court, thanks. By M.S. Geddes, Hugh, do you recall any other vehicles that were there when you were there? Yeah, there's usually a couple of tour buses. Hugh, where were the tour buses kept when you were there? The tour buses were kept in the driveway. Hugh, before you moved from Los Angeles to Chicago, let me back up. Did you move to Chicago because of the job that you got with the defendant? Yes. Hugh, so, before you moved, what did you understand your job was going to be when you first started? So, it was what I understood was it's like an entry-level job into the recording studio business. So, like a general assistant, which does everything for the studio, and everything from like setting up sessions, cleaning, doing food runs, and like helping out the staff. Hugh, did you understand it was going to be a paid or unpaid position? Initially, they got me on as like an intern, which was an unpaid position. And then eventually I got hired on as a paid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 488. Position. Hugh, how long were you in that unpaid position? Like 2 to 3 weeks. Hugh, and then you eventually were transferred over to be a paid employee? Correct, yes. Hugh, what, if any, paperwork were you given when you first started working at the chocolate factory for the defendant? Just the standard W-2 forms, and then there was a non-disclosure agreement as well. Hugh, what did you understand were your obligations? Did you sign the non-disclosure agreement? Yes. Hugh, what did you understand were your obligations as part of that non-disclosure agreement? It's along the lines of, like, privacy. So, I wasn't supposed to share any kind of, like, information of what happens there. No, I couldn't take pictures and things like that. Hugh, once you arrived at the chocolate factory, what were your responsibilities? First as an intern, and then later as a paid assistant. Well, the first thing that I did when I worked my first shift was I had to move a giant trampoline from the front of the house to the back of the house, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 489. Cleaning duties, food runs, stocking up the studio with groceries and things. So that was like the initial duties. Hugh, did those duties change over time? Or did you get additional duties over time? Yeah, there was more responsibilities. So then it was more picking people up from the airport, driving around, delivering packages and things. More studio time. So I would be in the studio more helping the engineers and things like that. Hugh, what you mentioned that one of your responsibilities were cleaning duties. What areas were you responsible for cleaning, or what did you end up cleaning? Pretty much the whole place, but most of it was down in the basement in the studios. So all those rooms, like the theater, the studios. Sometimes I would clean the buses, the garage, pool room. Q. What, if any, camera equipment did you ever see inside the defendant's residence at Olympia Fields? A. Yeah, so it's a recording studio, so. There was always camera equipment. Somewhere. I've seen handheld cameras. There's cameras in like professional cameras, video cameras. Q. Did you testified about the fact that it was a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 490. Recording studio, and you saw cameras in that capacity. Did you ever see any camera equipment up on the third floor of the residence? A. Yes. Q. What did you see? A. In the master bedroom, there was one time I had to go in there to get something, and there was cameras set up in there. Q. Can you describe the cameras that you saw? A. Yeah. It was just on a tripod, and there was like a medium-sized camera. Q. Were you able to determine whether the camera took still photographs or a video camera that would take video? This was a video camera. Q. When you were an assistant for the defendant, where would you spend most of your time when you were inside of the studio and not running errands? Most of the time I would spend either in the studio or there was also like an area for us, like the front reception area. So there's the desk and the chair and the couch and stuff right there. Q. What would you do when you were stationed in the reception area? So there was a computer, a security camera that with a TV screen so you could see the front gate and other security. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 491. Cameras. Like from there, you could let people into the gate. And there's also the phone stations. The phones were stationed there and you'd answer the phone, take messages, things like that. Q. Generally speaking, who were the individuals who called the phones in the reception area where you were answering phones? So there's a lot of people that called. There was Rob would call the studio. Any of the managers, staff. And then there would be, like, business associates. And then there would be the Robs, like, girlfriends and guests, and people inside the house. Q. Now, as you sit here today, do you recall the telephone numbers that were in the reception area? And no. Q. Do you remember the defendant's telephone number? And no. MS Gettys. I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as 3503. I am going to start with showing the second page. By MS Gettys. Q. Do you recognize what I'm showing you? A. Yes. Q. Generally speaking, what is it? That's the phone number to one of the lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 492. At the Chocolate Factory Studio. Hugh, and do you know where this phone number came from? That's I put that in there. Hugh, is that a screenshot from your telephone? Yeah. Hugh, does that refresh your recollection as to the phone number for the studio? Yes, it does. Hugh, what is the phone number? What was the phone number for the studio back then? So it's 708-747-6569. Hugh, and I'm showing you the first page again. M.S. Geddes, the witness only. Hugh, generally speaking, what is shown there? All right, so that's the office number for the business office in downtown. Hugh, and when you say the business office downtown, what are you referring to? So for the chocolate factory. Hugh, and where was the business office located? In Chicago. Hugh, downtown Chicago? Yeah. Hugh, so, not at Olympia Fields, is that correct? Right, this was a separate place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 493. Hugh, do you recall who worked at that business office? Yeah, so it was Rob's business manager and, accountant, Daryl McDavid. M.S. Geddes, I'm showing the witness what's in evidence. I'm showing everyone what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 12. Exhibit published. By M.S. Geddes. Hugh, do you recognize Government Exhibit 12? Yes. Hugh, who is that? That's Daryl McDavid. Hugh, that's the defendant's business manager at the time that you worked for him? Yes. M.S. Geddes, and going back to showing the witness only. Hugh, do you recall the telephone number for that office? Yes. Hugh, what is it? 708-848-2115. Hugh, and I also asked you about the defendant's telephone number. Did you speak with the defendant over the telephone when you were working for him? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 494. Yes. M.S. Geddes, I am showing the witness only the third page of Government Exhibit 3503. By M.S. Geddes. Hugh, does that refresh your recollection as to what the defendant's phone number was when you were working for him? Yes. Hugh, what is it? 630-220-1166. Hugh, now, you testified that you would answer phones in the reception area, is that right? Yes. Hugh, what was the procedure for answering phone calls at the chocolate factory? So you answer the phone. You do the greeting, chocolate factory. How can I help you? And then, whoever you find out who the call is for. If it's for Rob, then you would find out who's calling. And then you would just write a message down for him, and then give it to him, to give it to Rob for so he could answer it. Q, you testified that you would write a message. Do you recall how you would write those messages, or on what you would write those messages? Yeah, it was just on a piece of paper with you would. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 495. Just write down, like, who the caller is, the name, and then you would write down which line it was. So it's either line 1 or line 2. Q, when you were working as an assistant for the defendant, did you have a regular schedule that you worked? Yes. Q, what was that? I worked 5 days a week, and either the night shift or the morning or the day shift. And those shifts were from like 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. or 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Q, and do you recall when in your time with the defendant you worked the day shift and when you worked the evening shift? Yeah. So when I first started it was the evening shifts. And then towards the later half of my time there, it was the day shift. Q, can you describe for the jury, or can you give some examples of some of the tasks or errands you were asked to complete when you were an assistant? Yeah. So there was a lot of food runs. Q, who were you making food runs for? A lot of food runs for Rob, and a lot of food runs for the people at the house. Q, who was at the house? The girls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 496. Q, and when you're referring to the house, what house are you referring to? Rob's house. Q, and can you tell me what you mean by a food run? People would call and request that we order food for them and bring it back. Q, and when you say people would call, who would call? Rob would call, or the girls in the house would call. Q, what would you do when you received a telephone call from one of the women in the house who called? So you, if it's a food run, you would write down the order, and then you would get permission to go get it. Q, who would you get permission from? So it's either Rob or any of the managers, Tom Arnold, or who else? June Bug. Q, anyone else you recall? It could be Donnie. Q, do you know Donnie's last name? Donnie Lyle. MS Gettys. I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 4. Q, do you recognize who's shown in Government Exhibit 4? Yes. Q, who is that? That's June Bug. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 497. Hugh and is Junebug a nickname or a true name? That's a nickname. Hugh, do you know Junebug's true name? I can't remember it, but Hugh, okay. MS Geddes. Oh, the government offers Government Exhibit 4. The court. Any objection? MS Blank Becker. No objection. The court. That's in evidence, and you can publish it. Government's Exhibit 4 was received in evidence. Exhibit published. MS Geddes. I am showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 32. By MS Geddes. Hugh, do you recognize what's shown in Government Exhibit 32? A yes. Hugh, what is shown there? A Donnie Lyle. Hugh, and is that the Donnie you were just talking about? A yes. Hugh, is that a fair and accurate photo of Donnie Lyle? A yes, it is. MS Geddes. The government offers government. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 498. Exhibit 32. The court. Any objection? MS Blank Becker. No objection. The court. Let me just ask, do you have any objection to any of these photos coming in? If you'd rather do them photo by photo, that's completely fine, but it seems like you're in a fair amount of agreement here, so if it will move things along. MS Blank Becker. Completely understood, Judge. The court. Why don't we figure it out at a break, okay? I just think if there's a way that you're not disagreeing about it, there's no reason to go through this, but go ahead. MS Blank Becker. Thank you. MS Geddes. May we publish 32? Government's Exhibit 32 was received in evidence. Exhibit published. By MS Geddes. Hugh, now, you said that you would get permission from, I think you said the defendant, or Tom, or Junebug, and on occasion Donnie. What would you do once you received permission to get the food? So you would call the food order in and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 499. Then go get it. Sometimes you'd have to get money if there wasn't any money from in the petty cash drawer. Hugh, and what would you do once you picked up the food? You bring it back, and so you bring the food back to the studio, and then you would let Rob know that the food has arrived, or one of the managers know, or you would just go deliver it to the person. Hugh, and where would the person be? The person could be anywhere in the house, so. Hugh, when you said that you would let one of the managers know, who were you referring to when you said one of the managers? So, like, it's whoever was on shift usually, but so Tom Arnold, or Junebug, or Donnie Lyle. Hugh, were those considered some of the managers who worked for the defendant? Yes. Hugh, all right. I had asked you some examples of some of the errands or tasks that you were asked to complete, and you just described that one of them would be to go on food runs. What are some other examples of errands or tasks that you were asked to do while you were an assistant for the defendant? There was a lot of driving around people and a lot of picking things up, like excuse me, yeah, you might have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 500. Go to the office to pick something up or pick something up from somebody, or drop stuff off. Q. So, let's start with there was a lot of driving people around. What do you mean by that? Who were you driving around? Mainly, it was girls that were coming to the studio. Q. And where would you be driving some of these girls who came to the studio? Alike, where were they when I picked them up? Q. Yes, from where to where would you be driving them? A. Okay, so airport was they could be at the airport from flying in from a different place, or they could be somewhere in Chicago. Q. And where would you take these individuals after you picked them up from either the airport or somewhere in Chicago? The place where I took them was always different. So it could be the studio, the house, or it could be anywhere. Like, it could be at the mall or a hotel, or oftentimes, like, the tour bus was parked somewhere and I would take them to the tour bus. Q. And what would you do upon taking someone to the tour bus? I would let somebody know, either Rob or one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 501. Managers that the person has arrived. Q. And would the individual then spend time on the tour bus? Yeah. Q. What, if any, rules or guidelines or protocols did you understand you were to follow while you were in the chocolate factory working for the defendant? I mean, some of the rules were just, obviously, do your job. Also, like, I wasn't supposed to be talking to any of the girls or the guests that were in the house. The court, can you just speak up just a little bit more? Whether it's talking louder or into the microphone, I just want to make sure everybody can hear you. I'm sorry, go ahead. You can continue with your answer. I forgot the question, sorry. Can you cue? That's okay. I'll stop and then we can go back. You testified that you weren't supposed to speak with any of the girls or the other guests, is that correct? Yes. Q. Who did you learn that particular rule from? Rob, that's one of Rob's rules that for us. And then. Also, Tom told me that when I started. Q. You're referring to Tom Arnold? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Geddes. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 502. Q. And what, if anything, were you supposed to do when the guests were in your presence? Alike, if so, if I'm transporting them somewhere and I was just not supposed to talk to them. Q. You testified that you would transport some of these guests. Who gave you instructions about who to pick up? Usually, it was one of the managers, Tom, June Bug, Donnie Lyle, or Rob. Q. And once when you were bringing one of these guests to the house, to the defendant's house, where would you bring them? You testified that on occasion you brought them to the tour bus. Were there other locations within the house that you would bring these guests on occasion? Yes, so I would bring them all over the property. So it could be into the studios. It could be upstairs in one of the rooms. Yeah, pretty much anywhere on the property. Hugh, how would you know where to bring a particular person? I was given instructions to on where they were supposed to go. Hugh, who would give you those instructions? One of the managers or a Rob? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 503. Hugh, were there particular places in the residence where you would more often bring these guests to? I can't remember. They would go everywhere. Hugh, when you say everywhere, could you explain some of the places specifically where you would bring them, other than the tour bus which you've already identified? Yeah, so they could go to the garage, the tent, the log cabin outside, Music 1, log or the cabin studio, the reception area, the game room, the theater, living room, kitchen, pretty much any of the rooms in the house. Hugh, what car would you use when you were picking up and transporting the defendant's guests? So, at one point we had like a minivan, but then the minivan broke down, so we used it could have been one of the SUVs. But usually we were instructed on which car to take during that particular pickup. Hugh, and whose cars would you use? Would you use your own car or somebody else's? Usually, we used Rob's, one of Rob's vehicles. Every once in a while I would use my personal vehicle, but not that often. Hugh, did you ever drive a Chrysler 300? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 504. Hugh, whose car was that? That was Rob's. Hugh, that was another car used by Rob that you would drive? Yes. Hugh, once a guest had been, and let me back up a moment. The guests who you described that you picked up and brought to a particular location within the defendant's residence, generally, who were they? Who were the guests who came? Hugh, I don't mean the particular names, but who were they? What was their relationship? What did you understand the relationship to be with the defendant? They were girlfriends of Rob. Hugh, once one of the defendant's guests was in a particular room or on a tour bus, what, if any, communications would you have with that guest? So they would call. The guests that were staying on the property would call down to the studio lines. Q. What would be some of the reasons? What would be some of the reasons they would call? Oftentimes, it was to talk to Rob, or they wanted to order food, or they needed stuff, like whatever they needed. Q. Were there other reasons that a defendant might call? Excuse me. Were there other reasons that a guest might call? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Direct Gettys. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 505. So they would call for food. They would call to talk to Rob. Oh, they would request, like, rides sometimes. Q. Rides where? Some of them went, like, home to their house, and then some of them wanted rides to they would request rides to go meet with Rob wherever he was. Q. What, if anything, would you do when you received a request for a ride from one of the defendant's female guests? So, any of the requests from any of the guests, we'd have to run it by one of the managers or run it by Rob. Q. And when you say run it by one of the managers or Rob, what do you mean? So, to get permission to do it, and then also receive instructions on what to do with them. Q. What, if anything, do you recall about the manner in which the defendant's female guests were dressed? So, if they were going out or going somewhere, like going to the mall to go shopping or going out, they would have, I guess, just normal clothes. But then most of the time they were just like lounging in the house somewhere, so they would be in, pajamas type of clothing. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Gettys. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 506. Examination by MS Gettys, continuing. Q. What was your understanding based on your interactions with these guests in the time that you spent at Olympia Fields working for the defendant? What was your understanding of the rules that some of the defendant's female guests were to follow? MS Becker, objection. The court overruled. So the question was, what were my understanding of the guests' rules? Q. Yes. They had to get permission to do most things. They'd have to call either down to the studio or get a hold of Rob if they wanted anything, like food or things like that. The court. How did you know that? How did you know those were the rules? The witness. I was told that. Q. By whom? By Rob and by managers. If anyone called, the rule was, if anybody calls for anything, run it by ask us first and we'll tell you what to do. Q. What, if anything, did you understand that you should do? If you encountered a female guest outside of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Gettys. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 507. Location or room where that guest had been escorted to. A. I would pretty much just ask them if they needed help or if they were looking for something, and then just you would also let somebody know. One of the managers know that the person's out and about. Q. And what, if any, conversations did you have with the defendant about an individual leaving her assigned room? The general rule was if they're not where they're supposed to be, then you'd have to call and tell either Rob or whoever is managing at the time. Q. And when you say, if they're not where they're supposed to be, where did you understand they were supposed to be? MS Blank Becker, objection. The court overruled. So the instructions whenever they were to go to where they were supposed to be, like, for instance, if they're supposed to be in the cabin recording studio, they weren't supposed to be wandering around. They weren't supposed to leave that room. And if they did, then we were instructed to let somebody know. MS Geddes, I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 70. Q. Do you recognize the individual shown in Government Exhibit 70? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 508. Q. How do you recognize that individual? As she was one of the guests that were at the house, the studio. Q. And is that a fair and accurate photograph of one of the guests that was at the studio? A yes. Q. Do you recall this particular individual's name? A. It's something with AJ. MS Geddes. The government offers Government Exhibit 70. The court, any objection? MS Blank Becker, no objection. The court, all right. That's in evidence. You can publish it. Government's Exhibit 70 was received in evidence as of this date. The above referred to exhibit was published to the jury. Q. Where do you recall seeing the individual shown in Government Exhibit 70? A. Inside the house, so she was just there. Q. What, if anything, do you recall about this particular individual? A. I just remember, like, giving her rides. I think I've picked her up. I've given her picked up food for her as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 509. Well, and brought it to the house. Q. I think you testified earlier, but tell me if I'm wrong, that you would also bring guests to other locations, bring guests home. Is that correct? A yes. Q. And how, again, would you know that it was time to bring a particular guest home? So if they're at the house, then if they wanted to go somewhere they would call down to the studio to get permission. So either they would directly talk to Rob to request a ride home, or they would ask us, and then we would relay the message to Rob. Q, and what, if anything, do you recall giving to an individual as they were leaving? Sometimes they would get, like, envelopes of money. Q, how would you know to give an envelope of money to a particular individual? So either the manager, one of the managers, would give it to me and instruct us to give it to them, or Rob would. Q, as part of your job as an assistant. Were you ever asked to pick up any medication? Yes. Q, where were you asked to pick up medication from? Pharmacy, I think it was Walgreens. Also, like I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 510. Picked it up from the doctor downtown. Hugh, who is the doctor? I can't remember his name. Hugh, okay. Who did you understand the medication was for? It was for Rob. Hugh, what kinds of did you ever see the types of medications that you picked up? Yes. Hugh, what type of medication do you recall picking up? The medication is called Valtrex. Hugh, you testified earlier about a gate that was outside of the defendant's residence. What, if any, security did the defendant have in place in addition to that gate? There is usually a security guard, or a couple of security guards out there in a truck. Hugh, so where were the security guards stationed? At the front of the gate. They had a vehicle that they would sit in. Hugh, and what were the security guards? What did you understand the security guards were responsible for doing? They greeted people that would come into the gate, and they also would escort people around. Yeah. So whenever Rob would go out, there would also be, like, bodyguards. Security people. Hugh, and I think you testified, they would also escort people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 511. From the gate. How is the gate opened? So they had the security guards had a gate clicker that they could click it to open the gate. And then sometimes they would call down to the studio to open the gate. Hugh, was there a mechanism from within the studio to open up the gate? So it's from the inside of the studio. We also had another clicker, so we would have to walk outside, go up the stairs, and walk out to the side of the house to click it so that it would reach, Hugh, so the clicker would have to be within a certain distance from the gate in order for it to be activated? Yeah. So one of the clickers you'd have to go outside to do it, but then there is another one where you could do it from the inside of the cabin studios, so you could point it, and it would reach from inside there. Hugh, while you were at the chocolate factory, do you recall a time when someone tried to get through the gates without a guard opening the gate? A. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question, please? Q. Yes. While you were working at the chocolate factory, do you recall an instance where someone was able to get through the gate without the security guards opening the gate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 512. So people the gate was usually closed. Yeah, so people couldn't get in unless they hopped a fence. Q. Did that ever happen? Yes, I've seen that happen before. Q. How did you see that happen? From what vantage point did you see it? I saw it from the security camera from the reception desk. Q. And do you recall that happening on one occasion or more than one occasion? I've only seen that happen once. Q. What do you recall from that particular occasion that you saw that happening? So it was two girls that had climbed over the fence, and I could see them running across the lawn, the front lawn, and they ran. I don't know where they ran, but they disappeared off the camera. I guess they hid somewhere. Q. What, if anything, did you do when you saw that happen? I called. At the time, I called one of the managers to let them know what had happened. Q. And can you describe the quality of the footage that you saw? It was like black and white footage, security camera. And it was pretty clear, you could see. Q. Did you recognize either of the individuals? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 513. Yes. Q. Who did you recognize either of the individuals to be? So one of the girls was someone that had been to the house before. Q. What, if anything, do you recall about the agents of those girls? MS Blank Becker, objection. The court overruled. Did you form an impression about how old they were, or did you know? The witness, yeah, they looked really young. The one girl in particular that had been there before just looked pretty young, younger than me. Q. At the time you were working there, how old were you? I was in my early 20s. Like 21, 22. Around then. Q. And when you say, looked really young, and younger than you? Mechanic, objection. The court, I'm sorry. Only the lawyer who is doing the cross can make the objection. Mechanic, I'm sorry. The court, that's all right. I take it Ms. Blankbecker is making the objection. Mechanic, yes. The court, the objection is overruled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 514. Go ahead. Examination by MS Geddes, continuing. Q. When you say that you thought that they looked really young and younger than you, can you be support specific, and how old if you formed an impression you believed them to be? Back then, I thought they were like mid-aged teenagers. Pretty young. Q. And I'm now showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 34. Do you recognize 34? Yeah. Q. Who is shown in 34? That's a picture of me. Q. Is that a fair and accurate photo of you? Yeah. MS Geddes, the government offers 34. MS Blank Becker, no objection. The court, okay. That's in evidence and you can publish it. Government's Exhibit 34 was received in evidence. As of this date, the above referred to exhibit was published to the jury. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 515. The court, how old were you when that picture was taken? The witness, is this my driver's license? I feel like that's my driver's license. Q. Do you recall how old you were? So that was my Illinois driver's license photo, but I had to have been 22 at the time, or 23. Q. Is that approximately the time when you were at the chocolate factory? Yes. Q. Are you aware of parties that were held at the defendant's residence in Olympia Fields? Yes. Q. And did you attend those parties? I did, yes. Q. What was your role at those parties? Were you there as a guest or as an employee? I was there as an employee. Q. What did you do? So there is different types of parties, but a lot of the stuff I did was like stocking the bar, because they would have alcohol. Sometimes I would bartend. I would clean, take trash out. I would, go shopping for the parties, pick stuff up, pick people up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 516. Q. Did you learn where the guests would park who were attending parties at Olympia Fields? What was the question again? Q. Did you learn where guests would park who were attending parties at Olympia Fields? Yeah. So they either would park on the actual property, or if they ran out of space, they could park. Excuse me, there is a hotel down the street. They could park there. Q. Approximately how far away was the hotel? It was really close. It was like a 5-minute drive. Not far at all. Q. How would the guests get from the hotel to the party in Olympia Fields? There's different ways. A tour bus would taxi them back and forth, or they would use any of the vehicles that Rob owned to taxi them back and forth. Q. I'm showing the witness only what's been marked for identification as Government Exhibit 521. Do you recognize 521? A yes. Q. What is 521? What is shown there? So that's the Holiday Inn hotel that was down the street. From the studio. Q. And what, if anything, happened at the Holiday Inn hotel? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 517. That's just where people would park. Sometimes guests would stay there. Q. Is that one of these that a location where guests at a party would park and then be transported to the defendant's residence? A yes. M.S. Geddes, Government offers 521. M.S. Becker, no objection, Your Honor. The court, that's in evidence. You can publish it. Government's Exhibit 521 was received in evidence as of this date. The above referred to exhibit was published to the jury. Q. When you were you working for the defendant while the defendant had a court proceeding in Chicago? A yes. Q. What was your role? So my role while I was with Rob during that was just, like, an assistant. So I would have to deliver things or pick up food or pick up people. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Q. What, if anything, would you do with respect to getting to the court proceeding? A. I don't understand the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 518. Q. Did you have any role in transporting anybody to the court proceeding? M.S. Becker, objection. The court overruled. A yes. Q. What was your role? What did you do? Alike, I would drive people, either guests or the crew. Q. In what vehicles would you drive people? A. It would be one of Rob's vehicles. So it could be any of the SUVs or the Chrysler, whichever vehicle was available. Q. And where would you drive people to? We would usually we would park at A. There was a park nearby the courthouse. Q. And what, if anything, else was parked in that park? You said you would drive some of the defendant's vehicles. What, if anything, else would be in that park? So there would be a few of his vehicles and his staff. And then sometimes the tour bus, one of them or two of them, would be there. Q. Did you ever travel with the defendant? A yes. Q. For what reason? A. I traveled with him during one of the concert tours that he did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 519. Hugh, do you recall which tour you traveled with the defendant for? A. I do. It's called the Double Up Tour. Hugh, do you remember when that was? A 2008. Hugh, what was your role when you traveled with the defendant on the Double Up Tour? My role is pretty much the same types of job things that I would do at the studio in Chicago. So whatever Rob needed, if he needed food, or if he needed things picked up or people picked up, that's what I would do. Hugh, were you often in the same location as the defendant? During the tour? Hugh, yes. Yeah. It's the same place that the tour cities that we were in. Hugh, what, if anything, did you see being distributed while you were with the defendant on tour? Can you say it again? Hugh, did you ever see anything being given out to other people while you were on tour? Yeah. There is, like, I guess people would get invites and things to go to after parties. Hugh, and what are you referring to when you say invites? What was it that was distributed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 520. A. It was, like, Rob's phone number. Hugh, and how was Rob's phone number distributed? Usually, just on a piece of paper that was just handed to the person. Hugh, and did you have an opportunity to see those pieces of paper? Yes. Hugh, what, if anything, was written on the pieces of paper? Just his phone number. Hugh, was it a handwritten or typewritten as you recall? These were handwritten. Hugh, and who did you see giving out the defendant's phone number? So Tom has done. I've seen Tom Arnold distribute that. Who else? There was people that was on the tour with us. Yeah, so any of the crew that was with us at the time would do it. Hugh, and where would you see the defendant's phone number being distributed? Where would this happen? Usually, it was in the crowds at the shows. So the audience of the show. Sometimes it was out when we would go out places. Yeah, they would give it out. Hugh, and what other places outside of the shows do you recall? Seeing people give out the defendants. The mall, restaurants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 521. Hugh, I want to finish my question for the record. Is that where you would see individuals giving out the defendant's phone number in those locations that you just testified? A yes. Q. You testified that you would transport some of the defendant's guests in and around Chicago. Would you also transport guests while you were working for the defendant on tour outside of Chicago? A yes. Q. And did you ever transport guests on longer trips? A yes. Q. What do you recall? Where do you recall transporting a guest on a longer trip? So from one of the shows, it was in Alabama. I can't remember the city, but I think it was Birmingham. I took someone I had to stay overnight at that tour stop. The rest of the crew had left it go to the next city. Q. And where was the next city? The next city was in Atlanta. Q. What did you do the following day after you stayed overnight? So I was instructed to take a guest and take her from that stop from that city in Alabama to Atlanta. Q. And you said you were instructed to take her. Was it A? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 522. Female guest? A yes. Q. What did you understand the female guest relationship to be to the defendant? Just one of Rob's, girlfriends that was going to visit him. Q. What, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Geddes? Well, let me withdraw that question. Q. How long is the drive from where you were in Alabama to where you brought this female guest in Atlanta? A. It was long. I don't know. I don't remember, Q. More than a few hours? A. Yeah. Q. What, if any, conversation did you have with the female guest during that trip? There was no conversations. Q. Why not? A. Mechanic, objection. The court. Is there a reason why you didn't speak to the woman you were the girl whatever, the female that you were driving? The witness. Yeah, we were instructed to not talk to anybody, any of the females. The court. Okay. Q. How were you paid while you were working for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 523. Defendant? Check. Q. How regularly did you receive a paycheck? Was it on a regular basis? Yeah, it was weekly or bi-weekly. I can't remember how. But it was weekly. Q. Do you recall whose name was listed on the paycheck as the payer? Yeah, it was Base Productions. Q. And what did you understand Base Productions to be? That was the company, I guess, the corporate entity of the recording studio, the business. Q. Was there ever a time when you were, in fact, working for the defendant when you were not paid for the time that you worked for the defendant? Yeah. So when I first started as an intern there, I wasn't paid. Q. Aside from the time when you went on as an intern, was there a time when you believed that you were going to get paid but, ultimately, you were not paid for the time that you worked? Yes. Q. Why did you understand that you were not paid? So it was an overtime. Q. So aside from the overtime, was there another time when 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25? A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 524. You expected to be paid, but your honor not paid? Yeah. Yeah. Q. What happened? I was fined. Q. By whom? By Rob. Q. And when you say fined, what do you mean? So you know when, like, an NBA player gets fined for, I guess, breaking a rule, and they, like, deduct their pay as a penalty, that's what it was. Q. And do you recall why you were fined and not paid for time that you worked? I can't remember why. It was something trivial that, I don't know. Q. When you say trivial, what are you referring to? Adjust. MS Blank Becker, objection. He said he doesn't remember. The court, overruled. The witness, yeah. The court, why did you call it trivial? The witness, well, it was just something stupid that didn't make any sense. That's what I meant. Didn't seem like a valid reason to be penalized your pay for doing this. I just don't remember what I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 525. The court, when you say you got fined, did that mean that you didn't get paid at all, or that a portion of your pay was that you didn't get a portion of the pay? The witness, at the time, I remember the fine. I can't remember if it was my whole check or if it was partial of the check. The court, okay. Go ahead. Q. You testified earlier that you received checks from Base Productions. Who did you understand it be in charge of Base Productions? So Daryl McDavid, and then the lady that was, like, the manager of the office that we would talk to her name was Shirley. Q. Now, you also mentioned that there was an issue with receiving overtime. Is that correct? Yes. Q. Did you file a lawsuit against the defendant? Yes. Q. And how was that lawsuit resolved? I was just compensated. Q. When, in relation to the time that you were working for the defendant, was it that lawsuit filed? That was after my time. I wasn't working at the time for the defendant. Q. And the lawsuit that you filed against the defendant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 526. What was the nature of that lawsuit? Just very generally speaking, was it related to the overtime dispute? Yeah. So it was just a request to get compensated for some overtime that I did, and, I had asked the office for it, and they said they didn't want to did it, so I brought a lawsuit. Q. And when you say you had asked the office for it, what office are you referring to? A Base Productions. Q. What, if any, contact have you had with the defendant since you filed and resolved that lawsuit? There hasn't been any contact. M.S. Geddes. One moment. A brief pause in the proceedings was held. M.S. Geddes. No further questions. The court. Okay. Cross-examination. M.S. Becker. Thank you, Judge. The court. Okay. Cross-examination BY/MS Becker. Hugh. Good morning, Mr. Navarro. How are you? I'm fine. How are you? Hugh. I'm good, thank you. Mr. Navarro, my name is Nicole Becker, and I'm going to be asking you a bunch of questions. If 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 527. Of them doesn't make sense, or you need me to repeat it, just let me know. Okay? Sure. Q. All right. Mr. Navarro, my understanding is that you worked for quite some time with Mr. Kelly. Is that correct? Yes. Q. And you were pretty familiar with Olympia Fields, fair enough? Yes. Q. All right. That was your home base for lack of better words. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. All right. And you were you were kind of giving us a map, if you would, of the home earlier. Is that correct? Yes. Q. Okay. This house would, in your estimation, would you say this is a small house, a huge house? What would you say? It was huge. Q. Did you have any? And I know some people aren't good with square feet, and so forth. Did you have any concept or any idea of how many square feet this house could be? No. Q. Huge is the best description. Is that fair? Yeah, it was a mansion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 528. Q. Okay. Mansion. Thank you. And the mansion, it was on a main road. Is that fair to say? The man, no, it was in, like, a subdivision. Q, okay. You know what? I shouldn't have used that type of verbiage. It was in a subdivision, but there wasn't, like, neighbors right next door. They were spread out. Is that fair to say? There was, yes. The other houses were, like, because the property was pretty large. So the neighbors were, like they weren't really anywhere nearby, like you couldn't see the neighbors from the property. Q, thank you. And with regards to parking cars when guests would come or individuals who were employees and working at the studio, would they park on the street in the front? They would park on the street, but like the driveway of the house. Q, okay. So you saw the picture of the gate earlier. Do you remember that? Is that correct? A yes. Q, so when you were saying they would park on the driveway, you're talking past the gate that they could park on that driveway, that part of the driveway to the house. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 529. Yeah. You'd have to. They would park on the inside of the gate. Q, they weren't typically parking on the outside of the gate. Is that true? A, are you asking me if the staff did that? Q, the guests who were coming and, employees that were parking working in the studio? Usually, the guests would be, like, people would park on the inside, yeah. Q, and then when there were big, large parties at Olympia Fields. That's when it was necessary to I believe you indicated, there was a tour bus at another location, right? Yes. Q, okay. And you used the word tour bus, and I apologize, I'm just going to be a little specific. It wasn't actually a tour bus, it was sort of like a charter bus. Is that fair to say? No, these are tour buses. These were the buses they used on tours. Q, okay. And again A, but I guess that's the actual name of it is a charter bus, but I don't know. Q, okay. And I apologize. Let me try and clear that up for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 530. The buses that were used to bring the guests over, those were different buses than the tour buses that were used for a long journey for a tour. Is that correct? No, these were the actual tour buses that you used for tour. Q, that Mr. Kelly would use for the tour? Yeah. Q, got it. So you've been in those buses, correct? Yes. Q, okay. And when you're in those buses, did you notice that there were any bedrooms? So there is a bedroom, like, in the back of the bus had a room with a bed in it. Q, all right. And then how about prior to getting to the back of the bus? Do you remember the bunk beds? A. I don't remember. I don't know. Hugh, did you ever sleep on any of the tour buses? A. Yes. Hugh, and when you slept on the tour bus, where would you sleep? A. I would sleep in the bunks that were on the bus. Hugh, the bunks that you didn't remember out. So there were bunks on in the bus. A. The bunk. So the bus when we went on tour there was a different bus. The staff had separate buses than Rob's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 531. Buses. Hugh, okay. So there were different buses that were used during the tour. Isn't that what you just said? Yeah, there was additional buses that were booked. Hugh, okay. And so you're saying, yes, you would sleep on some of the tour buses. There were different tour buses than were shuttling the guests, correct? I didn't sleep on Rob's buses, no. Hugh, okay. You had been on Rob's buses. I'm pretty sure what you just said, right? You've been on the tour buses? Yeah. Hugh, which are different, okay. And that's where, when you were on tour with Mr. Kelly, you, too, would sleep in one of the bunk beds on that tour bus, is that correct? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, it's a little bit confusing. Are you saying that Mr. Kelly's bus did not have bunk beds, correct so far as you recall? The witness, I just can't remember if his buses had bunk beds. The court, but when you were talking about where you and other employees slept, you were talking about a separate bus, is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. A. Navarro Direct / Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 532. The witness, yeah, there were different buses that they had got and different drivers that came in for that. The court, for the employees? The witness, right. The court, okay. Next question. Examination by M.S. Becker, continuing. Q. Thank you. You were aware that there was always a lot of people, for lack of better words, on Mr. Kelly's tour bus. Is that fair to say? Can you repeat the question? Q. Sure. When you would go on tour, it sounds as if what you're saying there was different tour buses for different people who were going along with you on the tour. Is that true? Yeah. Q. And with regards to specifically Mr. Kelly's tour bus, you'd see people get in and out of that tour bus. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. It wasn't just Mr. Kelly getting in and out of the tour bus. Is that true? A. On his bus, yes. Q. There would be women that would go in and out of. A. Navarro direct / Ms. Geddes. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 533. The tour bus, is that true? A yes. Hugh and maybe men, his friends that were coming along? A yes. Hugh and ultimately, was there a name for the tour bus that you were on? Was there a name for the bus? A no. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 534. Cross-examination by MS Blank Becker. Continuing. Hugh, who else was on the tour bus with you when you would go on the tour? So it would be the different people, but like the band, or not the band, but like the other employees that were on the tour. Hugh, okay. And were there ever women that were getting on your bus and staying on the bus perhaps overnight going from tour to tour? Excuse me, going from concert to concert? A yes. Hugh, and that was a regular thing. Is that true? There was a time on the tour where there was a guest on our bus staying in the bedroom, in the back room of the bus. Hugh, so your bus too that you would go on with the other employees, that also had a bedroom in the back. Is that correct? A yes. Hugh, so, in other words, to get to that bedroom you had to pass by the bunks where you had slept and perhaps some of the other employees, correct? A yes. Hugh, got it. And the you indicated at one point there may have been a woman that was on the bus. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 535. A yes. Hugh, okay. And is that wasn't someone that was on the bus the whole time? Is that correct? A yes. Hugh, okay. And so is it fair to say that maybe at one of the concerts, one of the cities you were in, that woman came onto the bus? And no, it. Can you repeat the question? Hugh, sure. Where did the woman come from that was on the bus, do you remember? She was one of the dancers of the tour, so yeah. I don't remember like where she got onto the bus. Hugh understood. Dancers, they had another tour bus, is that fair to say? A yes. Hugh, and that tour bus for the dancers, they were all females, is that correct? The bus for the dancers? Hugh, yeah. All the dancers were females, yes. Hugh, thank you. And on your bus, they were all males, is that correct? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 536. Hugh, now, these tour buses, they had bathrooms, correct? Yes, they did. Q. Locks on the doors on the bathroom? A. Yes. Q. From the inside. The lock was on the inside or on the outside? I know it sounds like a silly question, but I have to ask. In other words, you go into the restroom. You lock it on the inside when you go in? A. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember that, but I don't know. Q. You don't remember thinking you're going to go in the bathroom someone might walk in? A. Yeah. The lock was on the inside. Q. Got it. Thank you. And were there any rules about when you could or couldn't use the bathroom on the tour buses? The only rule was like you couldn't take a number 2, because like it travel with you, and the drivers all get mad. Q. All right. So maybe, for lack of a better word, it would stink up the place? A. Yeah. Yeah. Q. And everyone would smell it and there was an issue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 537. Yeah, you would smell it the whole time. Q. In order to relieve yourself in that manner, were there stops taken if that was necessary? A. Yeah. Q. Okay. Now, I'd like to move on to Olympia Field specifically. And you indicated that you were responsible sometimes to coordinate guests there, correct? A. Yes. Q. Okay. I would like to go through the process of what would happen when you would bring a guest there. I believe initially you indicated that once you arrived at Olympia Fields and you had a guest with you, you first obviously had to stop at the gate. Is that correct? A. Yes. Q. Okay. And that's where the security would come to talk to you, or you guys did it on the phone? How did that work? The both ways. So the security guard would come out or you would just call? Q. Okay. And the purpose of having to go through security is to make sure nobody's coming in that's not supposed to be, fair enough? A. Yes. Q. At the time when you were there, Mr. Kelly, for lack of a better word, was a celebrity, is that correct? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 538. A. Yes. Q. He had security guards, correct? A. Yes. Q. And he part of the role and the strike that. Part of the reason that individuals were stopped was to make sure he was safe in his own home. Is that fair? A. Yes. Q. When you would get and see security, and or by the phone, or in person, the security had another role, which was they check IDs. Is that fair to say? A. Yes. Q. So, specifically, they would check and make sure it's the person's name that's supposed to be there. Is that correct? A. I don't know. Q. Okay. So you have no idea why the guests that you would bring to Olympia Fields had to give their ID to the security? M.S. Geddes. Objection. The court. Why don't you rephrase the question? MS blank Becker, sure. Q. You saw the guests that were in the vehicle that you were bringing. You saw those guests hand over an ID. Is that correct? When I brought people over, no. The only time I've seen them check IDs were at parties. Q. Okay. You never saw the security check an ID at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 539. Front gate? Oh well, actually, yes. Never mind. I have. I have seen that. Q. Thank you. And after they would do a check of the person's ID, do you also remember then they would have those individuals sign non-disclosures? A yes. Q. And the non-disclosure would be handed over, and then the guest would choose to sign it or not sign it. Is that correct? A yes. Q. All right. And then after that part, that's when security and or yourself would escort the person to the home. A yes. Q. And then eventually bring the person into the home. Is that true? A yeah. So, security checkpoint, and then they were given instructions on where to take them. Q. Great. Now, you indicated well, strike that. The first thing that they would do is you indicated there was sort of like a separate entrance instead of the front entrance to get in to go to the studio. Is that fair to say? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 540. Q. OK. And when you would enter through that second entrance and go to the studio, you didn't have to walk through the home. Is that correct? And no, this was that second entrance. No, that was not through the home. Q. And take us through when you open the door. You come in and take us from that point then to the front desk? What happened? Is it immediately there you're at the front desk? Tell us about that. So when you're going into the basement to get into the studio, as soon as you walk in, the front desk is the first thing on your left. Q. Got it. Now, oftentimes you would be seated at the receptionist desk? A yes. Q. All right. So if a guest came and you were not the one who picked up the guest, is it fair to say sometimes they came themselves to the studio and you didn't have to pick them up? A yes. Q. Okay. In fact, were Ubers often used and, obviously you didn't have to drive anyone anywhere? Ahem. Q. And I said Uber. Maybe it was a cab back at that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 541. Yeah, I don't think Uber was around then. Q. Yes. Sorry. A taxicabs would. Sometimes people had their own cars as well. Queue in their own cars. Got it. So I take it's fair to say they're driving their own car. They're catching a cab. No one is directing them to the house. In other words, you didn't have I believe earlier. You were saying that you had directions of what to do once you picked up a guest, correct? A yep. Q okay. I'm going to move forward. All right. So, someone comes into Olympia Fields. They come downstairs and the first thing is the desk to the left, correct? A yes. Cue the front desk. I believe you referred to it, or I referred to it as, right? A yes. Cue all right. What else was in that area? Were there some couches and so forth? A in the front area of the reception? Cue yes. Yes. So there's a couch. There's a TV. There was a like a. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 542. Kitchen. There's a kitchen. Q okay. Now, not to sound silly, but the kitchen, did that have food in it? Was there food in there? There is a fridge, but there was usually not food in there. There was usually drinks. Sometimes we would have our, like, lunch, we would store it in there, but there wasn't like stuff to eat. I mean, sometimes there was groceries in there, but I guess yeah, there was food in there. Q thank you. And when guests would come to the studio there, was it like immediately they'd go see whomever there were there for, or sometimes you would have them actually hang out there at the couch and wait? A yes, sometimes they would wait. Q when I use the word wait, maybe that's why you hesitated. The court, could you just put a question to the witness, please? MS blank Becker, of course, Judge. The court, thanks. Q sometimes they would wait not just for a couple of minutes, but maybe hours, is that fair to say? Sometimes, yes. Q and when they were waiting there for hours, they could get up and leave if they wanted to, right? Go back out the door they came in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 543. A yes. Q all right. Sometimes guests would wait for days, is that true? Like stay overnight waiting, is that true? A yes. Q again, they could have left if they wanted to? A yes. Q now, the next thing that happened when someone came to the studio, as soon as someone was there you would call the office, and or call Mr. Kelly, or Mr. Arnold, or whomever, and let them know that a guest had arrived, is that fair to say? A yes. Q did you strike that? You didn't know where the guest was supposed to be hanging out, or if they were coming to sing for Mr. Kelly. You didn't know those details, is that fair to say? The details of why they're visiting, is that what you're asking? Q. Yes. Sorry. Yes. And no. Q. Because you said to us earlier you weren't even allowed to speak to them, correct? A. Yes. Q. Obviously you could pleasantries, so forth, but their actual purpose for being at the house, at the studio, that wasn't conversation for you, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 544. Correct? I was only instructed on what to do with that person, so they didn't tell me why they were here. Q. Okay. Sometimes. Sometimes, I mean, if there would be someone that's recording, and they would tell me to bring them to the studio or something like that. Q. Okay. So basically, you did your job, is that fair to say? With regards to you would find out when a guest gets there where the guest was supposed to go. Yeah. Q. And, ultimately, I believe you indicated that wherever you were told the guest should go, you would then take the guest to that place. Is that correct? Yes. Q. And I believe you also said it was oftentimes throughout the entire house. It wasn't one specific place. Is that correct? Yes. Q. In fact, you took them you would take them on that level, which is the basement level, maybe to different studios. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. And then on the main floor, you indicated there was a game room and such. Sometimes you took them there, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 545. Right? Yes. Q. In the top floor of the house where there were bedrooms. Sometimes you went up there, correct? Yes. Q. Okay. Now, I'm going to start at the top floor. You indicated there was a number of bedrooms, plus there was a master bedroom. Is that correct? Yes. Q. All right. The number of bedrooms, do you remember that each one of those bedrooms had a bathroom? I know the master bedroom had a bathroom, but I don't remember if the other bedrooms had bathrooms in it. Q. Fair enough. If you don't remember, I want you to say I don't remember. This is a mansion that we are talking about, right? Yes. Q. The Olympia Fields mansion? Yes. M.S. Geddes. Objection. The court. Objection. Overruled. Q. Now, you indicated something about the fact that you recall in the master bedroom seeing a camera with a tripod, correct? Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 546. Q. Prior to coming into court today, you spoke with the government, correct? A. Yes. Q. And you kind of went over everything that you might testify about, correct? A. Yes. Q. And there was certain things that you probably didn't remember because it's so long ago. Is that fair to say? A. Yes. Q. And they helped you remember those things. Is that fair to say? A. Yes. Going just talking over it several times kind of. Q. Talking it over several times? A. Yeah. Q. Okay. And then the more you talked, the more things would be discussed about specific facts, correct? A. Yes. Q. And they even showed you pictures in that meeting. Is that correct? A. Yes. Q. Most recently, they even showed you the picture that you identified today as someone with the name J. They showed you that picture, right? A. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 547. The court. We are going to have to take a break at this point. MS Blank Becker, okay. The court. It's time for a morning break. I also have another matter to handle. Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to excuse you. It will probably take about 15 minutes. Please don't talk about the case. We will see you in a few minutes. All right. Thank you so much. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits the courtroom. The court, okay, the witness can step down, and we will be back here, let's say, 11:40. A mechanic, Your Honor, do we have to clear our stuff? The court, no, it's a telephone conference. Recess taken. In open court, jury not present. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, you could all have a seat. MS Geddes, Your Honor, should we bring in the witness? The court, I'm sorry? MS Geddes, Your Honor, should we bring in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR 548. Witness. Witness takes stand. The court, all right. Are we ready for the jurors? MS Geddes, yes, Judge. The court, the other witness is going to be after lunch, correct? MS Geddes, definitely. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The jury enters the courtroom. The court, you may be seated. Okay, folks, I apologize. That took a little longer. This other matter that I had that people were just too chatty. But we are ready to continue with the cross-examination of the witness. The courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded he is still under oath. The witness, yes. The court, go ahead, counsel. MS Blank Becker, thank you, Judge. Cross-examination, continuing. BYMS blank Becker, Hugh Mr. Navarro. We left off discussing a number of things with the studio and what would happen when the guests arrived. Do you recall that? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 549. QOK. Another thing that would happen when the guests arrived at the front desk is you were responsible, or whomever was at the front desk, to scan or copy their ID, correct? That usually wasn't my responsibility, no. QOK. So that was someone else's responsibility to do? A yes. Q at the front desk? A yes. Q whenever a new guest would arrive. A yes. Q so that would be if my math is correct, that would be 2 checks of their IDs, once from security, and then once when they are actually inside the house, the studio. Is that fair to say? A. Are you asking about security checks? Q. You know what? I'm going to move forward because we already went through that, and I don't want to belabor. Thank you. Let's talk about some of your duties, some of your role, your job description, okay. My understanding is one of the things you indicated that you were an intern initially, correct? A yes. Q and then you were paid? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 550. Q all right. Part of your job, though, is you kind of had to do the things that maybe nobody else wanted to do, so to speak. Is that fair to say? A yes. Q and that included, I think you said earlier, cleaning, correct? A yes. Q and when you would have to clean, is it fair to say that times when you would clean some of these rooms the odor would be pretty bad? A yes. Q and is that the kind of smell that you have told the government that is like sort of resonated in your head, that you can't forget it? A yes. Q you never saw any buckets of urine anywhere in the house when you were cleaning, did you? A no. Q you never saw any buckets with feces, did you? A no. Q you never picked up a bucket and thought it smelled so awful, and the smell that you remembered was that of urine, correct? A no. Q now, when you would have to clean, another thing you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 551. Would often see as condoms or boxes of condoms, is that fair to say? Whenever I cleaned, I don't remember seeing stuff like that. Q okay. Let me change that then. You remember that you would see boxes of condoms all over the studio? A no. Hugh, so you remember that earlier we talked a little bit about how you had spoke to the government prior to today, correct? A yes. Hugh, and you actually had spoke to him, excuse me, spoke to them for the first time back in February 2nd of 2020. Is that correct? A yeah, I think so. Hugh, okay. You talked to them, you for sure talked to them once, right? A yes. Hugh, you for sure talked to them twice, right? A yes. Hugh, do you remember talking to them a third time? A last the other day. Hugh, I'm sorry, the other day, you remember? A yes. Hugh, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to trip up. I'm just trying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 552. To understand. The other day. Now, is it possible in one of those conversations that you had with them that you told them that you remember seeing boxes of condoms? A, it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Q, all right. And when you would go, and I believe I'm going to move on to another duty, so to speak. You indicated that you would go and you would get food sometimes. That was happening, what? Daily? A yes. Hugh, and the food that you would get, that food would be for staff members, is that true? A yeah. Yep. Hugh, okay. There was no Uber Eats or anything like that at the time, is that correct? A no, not at the time, pizza delivery. Hugh, I'm sorry? Oh well, there was pizza delivery. I think that was the only thing that delivered. Hugh, who delivered often to the studio, is that fair to say too? There was, yeah, we had a lot of pizza come in. Hugh, isn't it fair to say as well that food was around a lot there at the studio? That was a common thing for Mr. Kelly. And or any of the staff to ask you to get food. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 553. Yeah, it was daily thing. Hugh, now, not only did you get food, and I believe you indicated this a little bit earlier, not only did you get food for staff and Mr. Kelly, but for any of the guests that were there as well, that was part of your role. A yes. Hugh, and the way you would know what those guests wanted is they'd call and tell you, correct? A yes. Hugh, all right. And then strike that. When they would call you and tell you they're hungry and they wanted food, you didn't just hang up on them and say, no, you can't have food, did you? A no. Hugh, okay. And then, I believe you indicated that in order for them to get the food, you had asked someone, you know, is this okay? This is what they're requesting. Is that fair to say? A yes. Hugh, all right. So you weren't allowed to just go get someone lobster and steak every day, is that true? A correct. Hugh, there was like a budget, is that fair to say? Yeah. Yeah. Q, not that you were in charge of the budget, but the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 554. Purpose. One of the purposes for calling someone else is you needed money to pay for it. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q, and you always got like a receipt from whatever food you went and picked up. Is that fair to say? For the most part, I should say. I don't remember needing receipts, no. Q, okay. So how was it that you would sort of report back as to how much money was actually spent for the times you would go get food? I didn't. Q, you never wrote that down? I don't remember writing that down. I know so there is a petty cash drawer that had like a till, but I don't remember if we had to write it down there. Q, okay. But ultimately you could use the petty cash that was supplied obviously by someone, not you. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q, all right. Now another one of your duties is you would run errands for either the staff, Mr. Kelly, or any guest. Is that true? Yes. Q, and one of the things I believe you indicated that you did is you would go to Walgreens and pick up prescriptions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 555. You said, right? Yes. Q, okay. But that's not the only thing you would pick up at Walgreens, right? I think yeah, I picked up other things from there. Q, like tampons? Yes. Q, pads, maxi pads for women? Yep. Q, in fact, sometimes you had lists from the guests of things that they needed, and you would go to the drugstore and grab them for them? Yeah. There was always a list of things to get that came from not specifically the guests, but from Diane, which was somebody in the house. Q, so let me just understand that a little bit more. You said the list would come from Diana. Diana, that was one of the assistants for Mr. Kelly, correct? Yes. Diana. Q, and Mr. Kelly, excuse me, Diana, for lack of a better word. She was the go-between for guests, sometimes with you and other employees. Is that true? As she was just like, I guess, the assistant to R.Kelly, so she was like a house manager, did things, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 556. Q, okay. So as the assistant, are you saying that sometimes she would give you the list of things that the girls had, excuse me, that the women had asked for? Is that what you're saying? I didn't specifically know who the list was for, but there was always a shopping list of things to get. Q. Okay. So this, and I'm not trying to bog you down on the details of that, but the shopping list that you're talking about, this is something that you'd received, and then you'd go and get what you would had to get and you'd bring it back, true. A true. Q. Got it. Thank you. Now, when your job title changed a little bit from intern to, and I apologize, were you like assistant engineer? Is that what you said? What was the name? Like a general assistant. Q. General assistant. A runner is what they called it. Q. Sorry? The title is runner. Q. Runner. A. Which is a general assistant. Q. Okay. And that title runner, is that the only time? You've heard that word used in the music industry, or is that a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 557. Pretty common thing, that's word that's used for a, it's a common thing in the music industry. Q. Okay. And speaking of common words, when you would be at the studio, or around Mr. Kelly, or around the guests, they being the guests, would refer to Mr. Kelly as Mr. Kelly, is that fair to say? A. Yes. Q. You never heard them refer to him as Daddy, correct? A. I've heard of that, yes. Q. So you've heard that coming from whom? A. Guests. Q. Guests. Okay. And when you heard that word coming from guests, the context of it, were they telling you strike that? What was the context of them using that word? A. In conversation, so. Q. With you? A. No, with Rob. Q. So you would be present for conversations between Mr. Kelly and his guests? A. Sometimes, yeah. Q. And so, the context strike that. Would you describe when the guest would use the word daddy as a negative connotation or a positive connotation, if you know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 558. MS Geddes. Objection. The court, sustained as to form. Q. So remember when you talked to the government on at least 3 other occasions that we've established? Remember that? You said at least 3 other times, right? A. Yes. Q. You never told them anything about the word daddy, did you? A. I don't remember, no. Q. And the word daddy, fair enough to say it's often used as a term of endearment? MS Geddes. Objection. The court, overruled. You can answer. Do you have an answer for that? The witness. I don't know what that means, endearment. Q. Sorry. In a somewhat positive way as opposed to in a nasty, negative way. The court. Okay, that I will sustain. Q. You tell us what how when you would hear the word daddy. How did that make you feel? What were you seeing? A. It was I guess more Q. the demeanor. Sorry. That's the word I'm looking for. A-okay. The court. I do not understand the question. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 559. Sorry. Would you repeat the question to the witness? MS Blank Becker, Judge, I'm just going to move on. Thank you. The court, okay. Q, all right. So when you were working at the studio, I believe you indicated, or I'm not sure it was even discussed, but you yourself had AO, yeah, it was a non-disclosure, correct? A yes. Q, you signed that right at the beginning when you started working there, correct? A yes. Q, not a big deal, common thing to do in the musician world, is that fair? A yes. Q, and at some point I believe you indicated that you were working throughout the night, like 9 to 9 o'clock, is that true? A yes. Q, and then there were times you started to work even during the day, correct? A yes. Q, you were working a lot of hours, fair to say? A yes. Q, all right. In fact, there was always things that needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 560. To be done there at the studio, is that fair to say? A yes. Q, and you didn't have all the burden of doing everything on your shoulders. You guys sort of worked as a team, is that fair to say? A yes. Q, okay. And if there was something that needed to be done, and someone else would who normally be in that role, you would help out or vice versa, is that fair to say? A yes. Q, okay. And in all the hours that you were at the studio, Mr. Kelly, for the most part, was working, is that true? A yes. Is that fair to say? Q, Mr. Kelly was also known to work throughout the evening hours. Is that correct? A yes. Q, and he had the engineers in the studios oftentimes working with him doing that as well, fair to say? A yes. Q, and that was also going on sometimes through the entire day, true? A yes. Q, now, you're aware that Mr. Kelly couldn't read or write. Is that correct? A, I was aware that I was told that he couldn't read. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 561. But I'm not sure about the writing thing. Q, okay. He never wrote any letters to you or anything like that, is that true? A, I did not receive any letters, no, from him. Q, thank you. So there when Mr. Kelly was working in the studio, you've been in the studio when he's been working, fair to say? A yes. Q okay. And one of the ways that Mr. Kelly does his work is by getting melodies or songs, and he would tape it. And again, I apologize. I'm probably not using the right verbiage, but make a recording there in the studio. Is that true? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Hugh, did you ever see Mr. Kelly make a recording of a song in the studio? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Hugh, was there ever singing going on when you were in the studio? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, overruled. A yes. Hugh, and were there engineers actively working in concert with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 562. Mr. Kelly, when that was happening? A yes. Q. How many engineers would you say there was given at one time? A. Are you asking about the sessions with Rob? Q. Yes. Thank you. A. Usually it's one engineer, and then one assistant. Q. And one assistant? A. And then there might be the musical director would be there, or musicians, or other producers. Q. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last thing you just said. There could be other musicians or producers there as well. Q. And sometimes those individuals would be there for hours and hours and hours too. Is that correct? A yes. Q. And speaking of other musicians, Mr. Navarro, is it fair to say that there was some larger-than-life musicians that showed up at the studio sometimes? A yes. Q. Okay. Whitney Houston? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. Q. So when the larger-than-life celebrities would show up at the studio, they would come with their own security, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 563. Correct? Sometimes? The court, do you know? The witness, I don't remember. Q. Okay. When celebrities would come to the studio, is it fair to say that oftentimes guests, or whomever was at the location, they had to sort of stay where they were and not interact with the celebrities and whoever else they brought with them? The guests. Q. Yes. A. In the house. I don't remember them being around in the sessions, but well, yeah, I guess they were around in the studios sometimes, but I don't remember any kind of interaction between the guests and the people that came in. Q. Okay. So at this point I'm just asking about the celebrities, when they would come there. A. Okay. The court, you should really only answer the question if you know the answer to it, okay? If you don't know, say you don't know. The witness, okay. A. I don't know. Q. Okay. So let's now discuss. You talked about different cars that you've had to drive when you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 564. Would go pick up any guest, correct? A yes. Hugh, and you listed a couple different vehicles. You never drove a black Range Rover, did you? A no. Hugh, do you remember even seeing a black Range Rover as a vehicle that Mr. Kelly had? A no. Hugh, and you drove a bunch of the different cars that were there, right? A yes. Hugh, including a Maybach? A yes. Hugh, all right. So if there was a black Range Rover there, you would know about it? A yes. Hugh, now, you indicated there was a number of different guests that you would pick up. Maybe you would have to pick them up at a train station ever? A yes. Hugh, airport? A yes. Hugh, hotels? A yes. Hugh, and when you would pick up these guests, none of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 565. Appeared to be underage to you. Is that correct? A yes. Hugh, so if you picked up someone at the train station and brought them to the house, that person seemed to be sort of maybe around your age at the time, 21, 22. Is that fair to say? The court, who are we talking about being picked up? Just anyone? I just want to understand the question. MS blank Becker, okay. The court, is there a particular person to whom you're referring? MS blank Becker, sure. Thank you, Judge. The court, yes. Hugh, when you would pick up the female guests, did they appear to be around the same age as you at the time, 21, 22? A yes. Hugh, and when you indicated you would pick up guests at the train, correct? A yes. Hugh, okay. And you remember having to pick up the girl that was in the picture, and you said you thought her name started with AJ. Do you remember picking her up at the train? I don't know. Hugh, you don't remember that, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 566. A no. Hugh, because if you did remember that, you told us earlier, strike that. You've told us about a camera that caught two younger girls on the property, correct? A yes. Hugh, okay. And you indicated those girls looked really young, is that true? A yes. Hugh, you can tell, I believe you said the camera was pretty clear, right? A yes. Hugh, so you could tell from the camera that those two girls looked super young, right? A yes. Hugh, and you also said that when you watched, you could see them running. I believe you said across the property. Is that what you said? A yes. Q okay. And then you thought maybe that's when after that, that's when they maybe hid. That was your word, correct? A yes. Q okay. You don't know if instead of hiding they actually went into the house. Is that true? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 567. The court, do you know where they went? That's the question. MS Blank Becker. Thank you, Judge. A. I don't know where they went. Q. Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You were at the house looking at the security cameras. That's what you said, right? A. Yes. Q. Okay. And the security cameras were in the basement? A. Yes. Q. And the security cameras in the basement. You weren't by yourself when the girls, excuse me, these two women, girls, jumped over the fence, right? And no. Q. Bubba, someone by the name of Bubba was there too, right? A. I don't remember if Bubba was there. Q. You don't remember that when you saw these two individuals come into Mr. Kelly's property, or come on Mr. Kelly's property, you don't recall seeing, excuse me, having a conversation with Bubba about what you just saw. A. I don't remember. Q. Okay. Someone called Mr. Kelly and told him about what you had just seen, correct? MS Geddes. Objection. The court sustained. Unless it was you. Did you call him? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 568. The witness, I called somebody. I don't remember. I don't think it was Rob that I called. I think it was one, maybe Tom. Yeah. Continued on following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 569. Examination continues by MS Blank Becker. Q. Okay. I called somebody, though, and told them what was going on. Q. You don't remember Bubba being the one who called someone to figure out what was going on? MS Geddes. Objection. The court, I'll sustain it as to form. You called someone, you don't remember whom you called, correct? The witness, yeah, just to tell them that someone had ran onto the property. The court, okay. MS Blank Becker, Judge, may I just have one moment, please? The court, sure. Pause. MS Blank Becker, thank you, Judge. By MS Blank Becker, Hugh, you indicated that when you would pick up different guests, oftentimes you were picking up the same guest, like a repeat guest. Is that fair to say? Yeah, there was yes. There was regulars that came. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 570. Hugh, you never received any calls at the front desk that said that they wanted to leave and they weren't allowed to, correct? There's been times where there's people that wanted to leave and they couldn't cause either they couldn't get a ride or we couldn't get a hold of Rob. Hugh, okay. These people, they had cell phones as well, correct? I don't know. Hugh, so are you saying, Mr. Navarro, that if a guest wanted to leave, they couldn't walk out the door? And no, they could walk out the door. Hugh, okay, thank you. MS blank Becker. Sorry, Judge, I'm thinking. The court, that's all right. By MS blank Becker. Hugh, when you saw the different bedrooms, strike that. Were there bedrooms in the basement level? And no. Hugh, were there bedrooms on the main level? Yes. Hugh, and then upstairs, correct? Yes. Hugh, okay. And I believe you indicated for some of the guests, you were the one responsible for sort of taking them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 571. To go to different rooms, true. Yes. Hugh, and when you would take them to those rooms, did you need a key to get into the room to open it up for them? And no. Hugh, did you have to unlock something on the outside to allow them to get into the rooms? And no. Hugh, for lack of better words, it was a normal kind of doorknob, nothing special about it? Yet it was just regular doorknobs. Hugh, thank you. At some point earlier you were talking about the fact that there was a long hallway, correct? That you had to sort of take guests through. Yes. Hugh, and you said something about platinum plaques? Yes. Hugh, what is that? A platinum plaque is, like, a certificate that shows MS Getty's. Objection. The court overruled. MS blank Becker, thank you. The court overruled. It's not particularly relevant, but you can answer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 572. The witness, okay. It's like a certificate that says you've achieved a certain amount of record sales. So, kinda like a trophy. Hugh, got it, thank you. Now, briefly, there was some conversations about the garage of the home. Do you remember that? There were some questions and answers about that? Yes. Hugh, all right. There was, and you mentioned something about boxing, correct? A yes. Q. There was an actual, full-sized boxing ring in there, is that correct? A yes. Q. Okay. There wasn't, you said something about that you remember there was a bed in there, correct? A yes. Q. Okay. What did that bed look like? A just a bed with blankets on it. It might have been queen-sized. Q. Had you ever seen anyone in it? A. I have never seen anyone in it, no. Q. Thank you. In fact, have you ever seen Mr. Kelly in his home or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 573. In the studio engaging in sexual activities? And no. MS blank Becker. Again, Judge, I apologize. The court, that's all right. MS blank Becker. Thank you. Pause. MS blank Becker. Again, Judge, I apologize. I'm trying to speed it up. The court, it's all right. Take your time. MS blank Becker. Thank you. By MS blank Becker. Hugh, there was things that you talked about with regards to getting fined. Is that true? A yes. Hugh, and you equated it to, like a basketball team when individuals get fined on a team, correct? A yes. Q. All right. And typically, the purpose of a fine is because you did something wrong? A yes. Q. Okay. And it didn't have to be the worst penalty in the world, correct? That's what you were saying. MS Geddes. Objection. The court, I will sustain it as to form. MS blank Becker. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 574. By MS blank Becker. Hugh, you indicated that sometimes you thought the fines were for, I don't know if this was your exact words, but little things. Is that fair to say? And no. Hugh. Okay. You thought sometimes you got fined and you shouldn't have. True. A yes. Q. All right. Now, fines are typically, in basketball, if someone breaks the rules they get a fine, right? The court, please, just ask the question. Let's keep the prelude out of it. Just put a question to the witness. Q. Sometimes basketball players get fined because they did not follow a rule, correct? MS Geddes. Objection. The court, sustained. Q. Sometimes employees working with and for Mr. Kelly, they would get fined for not following their job duties, correct? If someone didn't show up when they were supposed to, fine. True. A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro cross blank Becker. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 575. Q. If someone was late, they'd get fined. True. And no, I don't remember that. Q. Were you ever late? Probably, yeah. Q. And you don't remember getting fined? And no. Q. And this was between the evening hours and the day hours? Correct. Q. And the fine didn't come directly from the I shouldn't say that. The breaking of not doing your job correctly. If there was going to be a fine, I believe you indicated that was Mr. Arnold sort of followed through on that. Is that correct? The fine did not come from Mr. Arnold, no. Q. And that was probably a bad question on my part, and I apologize. That's okay. Q. Mr. Arnold was someone that would talk to you if there was a fine. Excuse me. If there was something that was done that wasn't supposed to be done. Is that true? Yeah. Q. Thank you. Had you ever seen the security for Mr. Kelly armed? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 576. Q. You never saw Mr. Kelly armed either, correct? Correct. Q. You never saw any physical abuse while you were at the studio, correct? No. Q. You never saw any what you would consider verbal abuse while you were at the studio, correct? Yes. Q. And yes, you saw verbal abuse? I'm sorry, that probably is a bad question. How about this? Did you see any verbal abuse when you were there? Did Q. Guests? Anybody? Q. Yes, guests. Did you? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I would see it. Q. You would see verbal abuse? Yes. Q. Okay. So, when you talked to the government back in February 2nd of 2020, do you remember telling them that you didn't see any physical or verbal abuse at the studio? Yes, I remember now, but I guess I just had a memory just now. Oh, so just now you're saying you remembered something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. Samo CRRMRCRRPR. 577. About that? Yes. The court. Wait, I am just unclear. You say you remember verbal abuse now. Is that what you're saying? The witness. Yes. The court. Okay. By M.S. Blank Becker. Hugh, and when you say you remember verbal abuse, there was times where employees got reprimanded for things that they would do. Is that true? Yes. Hugh, now, you said something, and I'm just about done. You said something about touring, that you would go on some tours with Mr. Kelly, fair enough? Yes. Hugh, more than one, or just one? I've only been on one. Hugh, and that tour lasted about how long? 3 months. Hugh, as part of that tour, you remember after the concerts there was usually a backstage Everyone would get together backstage afterwards. Is that true? Yeah, there is a yeah. There was a backstage area for the artists. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. Samo CRRMR CRRPR. 578. Hugh OK, for lack of better words, like a green room, is that fair to say? Yeah. Hugh OK. A common thing with musicians or artists? A correct yes. Hugh OK, got it. And in the green room after the concert that was typically for, like, autographs, true, that was one thing? Yeah, that they would do meet and greets for the fans. Hugh OK, thank you. And fans, sometimes would there be kids with their parents? Yeah. Hugh, and sometimes were there just a lot of women? Yes. Hugh, and there was food back there, is that right? Yeah, there is food in the backstage areas. Hugh drinks? Yes. Hugh, and did you happen to strike that? Were there any? There was no underage girls back there at the time, correct? Yes. Hugh, in fact, there is an announcement that is made prior to the green room gathering that unless you're over 21, you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. Samo CRRMR CRRPR. 579. Couldn't come backstage unless you had a parent with you. Is that true? I don't remember. Hugh, you don't remember, okay. Well, are you familiar? There's a very strike that. Are you familiar with the music of Mr. Kelly? M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, sustained. By M.S. Blank Becker, Hugh and Mr. Kelly would perform at a concert on stage. Were you there? Was I at the concert? Is that the question? Hugh, yes. Yes. Hugh, thank you. And at the concert when you would be there, is there a time in his concerts that he would allow for individuals from the audience to come up on the stage? I don't remember. Hugh, how about do you recall whether or not there was a certain song that he would sing, and there would be a sign that someone from M.S. Geddes, objection. The court, yes, just put a question to the witness, if you could, not compound. If you have to do it in more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro Cross Blank Becker. Samo CRRMR CRRPR. 580. 1. You can do that, but just put a single question to the witness. M.S. Blank Becker. Thank you, Judge. By M.S. Blank Becker. Hugh, do you remember a sign that was sometimes held, excuse me, that was held by someone on stage? No, I don't remember that. Hugh, so you don't remember the sign that was paraded sort of back and forth on the stage that said you had to be MS Geddes. Objection. Q over 21? And no. The court, I'll sustain it as to form. Do you remember any signs? The witness, no. The court, okay, next question. MS blank Becker, got it. Thank you, Judge. By MS blank Becker, Hugh, was it your understanding that in order to be backstage, you had to be 21 or over? Sorry. I don't know what the age thing was for that. Hugh, okay. So it could have been I wasn't told. Hugh, 18, it could have been 21, you just don't know? MS Geddes, objection. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro redirect Geddes. Samo CR RMR CRRPR. 581. The court, sustained as to form. By MS blank Becker, Hugh, were you the one responsible for checking IDs prior to individuals coming backstage? And no. Hugh, that was someone else's job. A yes. MS blank Becker, thank you. Judge, may I have one moment? The court, sure. MS blank Becker, thanks. Pause. MS blank Becker, thank you, Judge. Thank you. I don't have any additional questions. The court, okay, any redirect? MS Geddes, briefly, Your Honor. The court, okay. Redirect examination by MS Geddes. Hugh, a few minutes ago you were asked whether or not you recalled hearing any verbal abuse, and you indicated that you had. What do you remember? The employees getting, like, verbally abused. Hugh, by whom? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro redirect Geddes. Samo CR RMR CRRPR. 582. A rob. Hugh, and by the way, when you were initially interviewed by agents in February of 2020, how were you feeling? I think I had coronavirus. I was pretty sick. MS blank Becker, I didn't hear the answer. I'm sorry, Judge. The court, can you just? The witness, yes. I was very sick with coronavirus. By MS Geddes, Hugh, you were asked on cross-examination about the procedures when individuals came to Olympia Fields, and you were asked about identifications that were checked. Were guests' identifications always checked at the security gate? And not always. Hugh, and what was the purpose of? Did you understand what the purpose was of those ID checks? And no. Hugh, and the same question. When guests would enter the studio area at the reception area, were IDs always copied then? Whenever security would check IDs, they did, yes, they usually made a copy of it. Hugh, but did they always check? They didn't always, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro redirect Gettys. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR. 583. Q. And I think on cross-examination you were also asked about copies of IDs that were made in the studio itself. Do you recall those questions? Yeah. Q. Were guests' IDs always checked when they entered the studio at that time? Not always. There was a time when IDs weren't being checked and people were in and out. Q. I'm sorry, can you say that again? They weren't always checked for people that came in. Q. You were also asked about whether certain practices were common in your experience interacting in sort of the music industry. And I think one of the things that on cross you were asked about was whether it was common to sign an NDA, for an employee to sign an NDA. Do you recall those questions? Yes. Q. And you were also asked about, common terms that were used in the music industry. Do you remember that? Yes. Q. Was working for the defendant common based on your experience? MS blank Becker. Objection, Judge. The court overruled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro redirect Gettys. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR. 584. Can you repeat the question again, please? Q. Yes. Was your experience working for the defendant similar to the way in which your other experiences in the music industry? No. MS blank Becker. Objection. The court overruled. By MS Gettys. Q. How would you, the witness, know? Q. Describe your experience working MS Gettys. I'm sorry. The answer to the previous question was no. Q. How would you describe your experience working for the defendant? It was a weird time for me, but just the things that you had to do was just a bit uncomfortable. The music part, the production, and all that was really good, but all the other stuff that was going on was just kind of strange. It was almost like the Twilight Zone when you went into the gate, like you're in this different world that was just a strange place. MS Gettys. Nothing further. The court. Any recross? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro recross blank Becker. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR. 585. MS blank Becker. Yes, briefly. Thank you, Judge. Recross-examination BY MS blank Becker. Q. When you say the Twilight Zone, Mr. Navarro, have you ever worked for any celebrities that were known as nationally and internationally as Mr. Kelly before? No. Q. In fact, you don't have anything to really compare your relationship to or, excuse me, your employment to at that time, correct? At that time, no, it was my first job. The court. Do you have something now to compare it to? The witness, I've done gigs with Taylor Swift, Jay-Z, Kanye. Yeah, it was just normal kind of who else? Yeah, most of the work is just professional work. There's not a lot of extra personal stuff you had to do. By M.S. Blankbecker, Hugh Shore, and when you say you've done gigs, you've worked in sound in different capacities than what we're talking about and how you worked for and with Mr. Kelly, correct? A yes. Hugh and Mr. Navarro, you had indicated, and the government had asked you about the fact, how were you feeling? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro recross blank Becker. Sam OCR 586. When you gave the interview initially, when they spoke with you in February 21st of 2000, sick, and you indicated something about the fact that you had the coronavirus, and you weren't feeling great. Correct? A yes. Hugh, Mr. Navarro, did you also have the coronavirus the second time you talked with them? A no. M.S. Geddes, objection. The court overruled. I think you meant 2020, is that right? M.S. Blankbecker, I did. I apologize, 2020. By M.S. Blankbecker, Hugh, was that when you had corona? So, the first time that I talked to them, is that what you're asking me? Hugh, yes, if the first time was on February 21st, 2000, sick, M.S. Geddes, and 20. M.S. Blankbecker, oh geez, I keep saying that. The witness, 2020. M.S. Blankbecker, I'm so sorry. The court, you had corona then, correct? What the lawyer is asking you is, did you have corona the second time you spoke to the government? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Navarro recross Blankbecker. Sam OCR 587. The witness, the second time I spoke, no. By M.S. Blankbecker, Hugh, and how about the other day when you spoke with them? A no. Hugh, you didn't have corona then either? A no. M.S. Blankbecker, okay, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. Thank you, Judge. The court, any redirect? M.S. Geddes, no, Your Honor. The court, all right, you can step down. Witness excused. The court, I think it probably makes sense to take our lunch break now. So let me just check to make sure your lunches are here. I assume they are. Is that right? The courtroom deputy, I didn't hear anything. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, our next witness is relatively short. The court, okay, so why don't we press ahead? Let's make the best use of our time. Call the next witness, please. M.S. Geddes, the government calls Courtney Wilson. Witness enters and takes the stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 588. The courtroom deputy, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, yes. Witness sworn. The courtroom deputy, please state your name for the record. The witness, Courtney Wilson. The courtroom deputy, thank you. You may be seated. The court, okay, hold on for just 1 second. Pause. The court, okay, Ms. Wilson, just a couple of things. Please speak slowly so the court reporter can get everything down. Don't speak over whichever lawyer is questioning you. And if there is something that isn't clear, or you need to have repeated, just let us know, okay? The witness, okay. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Wilson Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 589. Courtney Wilson, called as a witness by the government, having been duly sworn/affirmed by the courtroom deputy, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination by MS Gettys. Hugh, what do you do for a living? A. I'm an attorney. Hugh, I want to direct your attention to January of 2010. Where were you working then? A. I was working at a law firm, Susan Loggins and Associates. Hugh, in what city was that? A. Chicago. Hugh, when you were working at the Loggins law firm in 2010, what name were you using back then? A. Courtney Martin, Courtney Hancock Martin. Hugh, and Courtney Wilson is a married name? A. Yes. Hugh, how long did you work at the Loggins law firm? At almost 2 years. Hugh, in what capacity? A. As an associate. The court, maybe move a little bit closer to the microphone. Move it to you, sorry about that, the chairs don't move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Wilson Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 590. Go ahead. By MS Gettys. Hugh, you testified that you were working as an associate. Were you working as an attorney? A. Yes. Hugh, in an associate position? A. Yes. Hugh, can you tell the jury what happened, generally speaking, when there was a prospective client who contacted the Loggins law firm? A. So, in general, we would probably take a phone call from a prospective client. I would take down the basic facts, date of incident, the facts surrounding the case. And at that point we would make a determination whether we would want to bring them in for an in-person meeting, and then we would set up a meeting for them to come in person. Q. I'm showing you what's in evidence as Government Exhibit 70. Exhibit published. Q. Do you recognize the individual shown in Government Exhibit 70? A yes. Q. Who is that? A Geronda Pace. Q. And how did you meet her? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Wilson Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 591. A. In a client intake meeting. Q. Do you recall the date that you first met Ms. Pace? A. It was in January. Q. Of what year? A 2010. Q. And I'm showing you MS Gettys, the witness only. Q. What's been marked for identification as 3500 CW1. And I am going to show you the first page, and then I am going to show you the second page. Does that refresh your recollection as to the particular date in January when you met her? A January 27th. Q. Of 2010? A yes. Q. And at the time that you met Ms. Pace, do you recall what name she was using? A Geronda Johnson. Q. And did you subsequently learn her last name as Ms. Pace? A yes. Q. Where did you first encounter Ms. Pace? A. At the law firm, at the office. Q. And what were the circumstances under which you encountered her? A. New client intake. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Wilson Direct Gettys. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 592. Q. Did you conduct that new client intake? A yes. Q. And was that in person? A yes. Q. What, if anything, did Ms. Pace say to you occurred on January 18th to the 21st of 2010? A mechanic. Objection. The court sustained. MS Gettys, Your Honor, may we approach? The court, yes. Sidebar held outside the hearing of the jury. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 593. The following sidebar took place outside the hearing of the jury. The court, what's the basis for the MS Gettys' prior consistent statements on the part of Ms. Johnson? Yesterday she testified about a journal entry, but it was unclear on what date that journal entry was prepared. Ms. Wilson is going to testify that she met with her on January 27th. And she's only going to testify about two things: the fact that Ms. Pace said the defendant was calling her, and what Ms. Pace said occurred on January 23rd of 2010, showing that it was just 4 days later where she described what happened. And she also will say that she used her t-shirt to wipe off the defendant's semen. And so, it's one additional part that was not included in the journal entry. The court, how long ago, how long after the last date she saw the defendant was this? Ms. Geddes, 4 days. The court, 4 days. It is pretty similar to what came in yesterday, to which there was no objection. Under Farinella, so long as I can cross-examine the witness on the entire document. Ms. Geddes, the government objects. Under Farinella, well, then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 594. The court, well, hold on. Ms. Geddes, she is testifying solely about prior consistent statements. You did not cross-examine Ms. Pace or give her an opportunity to explain any other statements to the extent that you are going to assert that they're prior inconsistencies, and, therefore, eliciting them now is completely improper. Under Farinella, but I am allowed to ask her about the information that she took down, specifically in the report, without any characterization. The court, no, that is the same thing. The question is Mr. Farinella, the court. The question is you can't cross-examine her about anything that she wasn't confronted with because the witness has to be given an opportunity to explain. Mr. Farinella, oh, I understand that. So long as there's a connection to Ms. Pace's direct testimony. The court, so, the issue with a prior inconsistent statement is it can only come in if you have confronted the witness, Ms. Pace, with the inconsistency. I've perused the statement. I don't know what's in it. I don't know that she has to be confronted with the inconsistency in this particular document, or if it can be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 595. Something else. I think it can be. Ms. Geddes, even so, she was not confronted in any way on any inconsistencies that are set forth in this document. During cross yesterday, there was some confrontation about whether she said that the defendant said she should act 25 instead of 21. That's not referenced here. Mr. Farinella, but the court, hold on. Ms. Geddes, is there something else you want to say? Ms. Geddes, and I think there was one other inconsistency about honestly. I can't recall, but there was one other inconsistency that she was confronted on. Those aren't in here. So, what inconsistency is set forth in here that Mr. Farinella, there's a number. Ms. Geddes, that she was confronted on. Mr. Farinella, I have actually pointed them out in the transcript. I can point to them. The court, okay, so what we are going to do is I am going to excuse the jury for lunch. We will excuse the witness. You tell me, how many inconsistencies are you talking about? Mr. Farinella, they're with my notes, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 596. About 5 or 6. The court, all right. So let's see what they are and then I'll decide. M.S. Geddes, thank you, Judge. Sidebar concluded. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 597. In open court, jury present. The court, all right, hold on just 1 second. This is actually going to take me a little longer than I thought, so I think what I am going to do is excuse you for lunch. I just want to see if it has gotten here yet. So we think your lunch is here. So let's come back at 2:15. Please do not talk about the case, look anything up, form any opinions about the case, but have a good lunch. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits. The court, all right, everybody can have a seat. The witness can step down. Witness steps down and exits the courtroom. The court, all right, the question is the extent to which. Let me just go back a little bit. The government wants to ask the witness about fairly limited aspects of the exhibit that is marked 3500 CW1, and this document was prepared 4 days after the witness testified that she last saw Mr. Kelly. Most of what the government seeks to bring out was really what was contained in Ms. Pace's journal, with one additional, and I think part of this had to do with the date. Is that right, Ms. Geddes? M.S. Geddes, yes, Your Honor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 598. The court, all right. Now, Mr. Farinella says that he wants to ask her about the entire document. I mean, I don't know why you would want to do that with some of these questions, but he wants to ask about the entire document. But 5 different aspects of it, is that correct? Mr. Farinella, approximately, Your Honor. The court, and what are the areas? Because, just to be clear, the rule is, as you know, the rule is that to bring out a prior inconsistency, the witness, Ms. Pace, has to have been confronted with the inconsistency. Mr. Farinella, correct, Your Honor. The court, for example, asked, you never told X. Mr. Farinella, yes. The court, so why don't you identify those inconsistencies that Ms. Pace was confronted with? Mr. Farinella, so Ms. Pace was confronted with first, she was asked about whether or not Mr. Kelly had left the Chicago area. And in this item it talks about June 3rd, June 5th, June 12th, June 13th, June 14th, Ms. Pace testified specifically. Do you know where Mr. Kelly went in June 2009? And she said yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 599. And Ms. Geddes asked, where? And she said, South Africa. The court, okay, and so you want to bring out the fact that she told these lawyers that she was with him on various dates in June. And just from my quick perusal of this document, those dates that she says she was there were June 3rd, June 12th, June 13th, and June 14th, correct? Emir Farinella, correct, Your Honor. The court, and so, you want to cross-examine. You have no problem with that, do you? Ms. Geddes, I only have a problem with it, but I don't think it's a proper number one. I don't think there's anything inconsistent about this statement, because the court, it is not all of June. It is not all of June, but besides that, you don't have any problem with it, right? Ms. Geddes, if he's going to say, isn't it true that Ms. Pace told you that she was with the defendant on June 3rd, June 12th, June 13th, June 14th? I have no problem with that one question. The court, good, that's fine. That's what you want to ask, right? Emir Farinella, yes. The court, okay, next question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 600. Emir Farinella, Ms. Pace testified yesterday that she witnessed Mr. Kelly speaking with an attorney. The subject of what was said was obviously, not testified to, but she specifically stated that she overheard Mr. Kelly on the phone with a lawyer. In this statement she says here that there was a party, and the police were there because police showed up at the front gate looking for a 17-year-old girl. The court, right. Emir Farinella, this is relating to the person that we discussed yesterday, and it says, R.Kelly called his attorney Ed Jensen, and then walked out of the room. The court, okay. Emir Farinella, so that's an inconsistent statement. The court, it is not inconsistent, and it is also not at all helpful to you. Do you really want to bring that out? Emir Farinella, well, the other issue, the court, it's really not inconsistent. I mean, if you want to bring it out, I am going to say you can bring it out. Go ahead. Emir Farinella, the other issue is that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 601. 17-year-old girl that was being looked for was that the reason why yesterday, when the police officer testified he spoke to the business manager occurred was because Mr. Kelly was out of the country. So this never happened is the point. The court, oh well, I don't think that was the testimony yesterday, but if you want to ask about that, about her saying that, you can surely ask about that. M.S. Geddes, but, Your Honor, again, it's not inconsistent. The court, no, it's not. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor struck the fact that she was even speaking with an attorney at the defendant's insistence. The court, oh, I did? M.S. Geddes, yes. The court, okay. M.S. Geddes, in addition to that, the rule states that you have to confront her about an inconsistent statement. They never said, you told somebody else that he walked out of the room. They didn't say that. She never was given an opportunity to explain this prior statement. It is completely improper for them to be able to elicit a prior inconsistent statement without that, even assuming there's any inconsistency here. The court, it is improper, and I didn't realize that I had struck the reference. So you can't do that then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 602. Emir Farinella, you stopped me. I don't the court. Well, it's Mr. Farinella. I recall looking at the transcript and I don't see that you struck the reference. You stopped Ms. Pace from continuing. I'm sorry. Yes, that's fine, right. The court, so the testimony did not come out because I told her not to say it? Yes, that's what happened. Emir Farinella, her testimony is in the record that he was on the phone with his lawyer, and I heard the court, okay. So that he was on the phone with his lawyer. That's what this says. So it is not inconsistent. Emir Farinella, but she says she was in the room with him while he was on the phone. The court, okay. Emir Farinella, well, he the court, still not inconsistent. You may have a theory. Emir Farinella, it is inconsistent. The court, let me finish. You may have a theory that he wasn't there, but she said this, the same thing twice. So that is not a thing. I mean, like I say, I don't know the case like you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR 603. All do. I don't see how this helps you, but if you didn't confront her with it, and it's not an inconsistency, I am not going to permit it. What else? Emir Farinella, one moment, Your Honor. May I confer with counsel? The court, yes. Pause. Emir Farinella, so, Your Honor, the other issue is I believe the government is seeking to use this in connection with her journal, correct? With the witness journal? The court, well, the witness was, I think, cross-examined about the contents of the journal. I don't know when she prepared the journal. I don't recall. Emir Farinella, I believe she prepared at the court, after? Emir Kanik, after. The court, okay. Ms. Geddes, she testified she prepared it when she retained a lawyer. The court, okay. Mr. Farinella, and the government's also seeking to use this to corroborate the witness statement with regard to the spit and semen regarding the T-shirt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 604. The court, right. Emir Farinella, okay. The problem is that we should be able to ask the question, are there any notations in your report that indicate that the witness stated that she still has the T-shirt? The court, you can ask her that. Go ahead. Yes, that's fine. All right. Anything else? Emir Farinella, let me just check. Pause. Emir Farinella, if I could just take it over the lunch break, Your Honor? The court, sure. And I hate to keep interrupting you. It makes it very hard for the court reporter when we speak too quickly, and I say that as a reformed fast talker. So just try to slow down. All right? Emir Farinella, I'll make believe I'm in the Midwest. The court, I didn't hear you. Emir Farinella, I'll make believe I'm in the Midwest. The court, all right. Okay, let's be back at 2:15. Judge ANNM Donnelly exited the courtroom. Luncheon recess taken. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 605. Afternoon session. In open court. Parties present. Defendant enters the courtroom at 2:23 p.m. The court, okay. So what did you decide you want to do with this witness? Emir Farinella, Your Honor, 1 second. The court, sure. Emir Farinella, so, Your Honor, I would just like to have the opportunity to just the last portion that we talked about before we broke, which was the T-shirt. The court, so you want to be able to ask her about it? Emir Farinella, I believe the government's going to ask her about the T-shirt. The court, right. Emir Farinella, so I would like to be permitted to ask her if, in fact, that report contains any notations regarding, the potential client having evidence. The court, sure. That's fine. Not a problem. So I think we're all on the same page then, correct? Emir Farinella, yes, Your Honor. The court, good. All right. Let's get the witness. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 606. Witness takes the witness stand. The court, then let's get the jurors. Courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters courtroom at 2:25 p.m. Courtroom deputy, you may. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to continue with the direct examination of the witness. Go ahead. Courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded that she's still under oath. The witness, yes. Thank you. Direct examination by M.S. Geddes, continuing. Hugh, good afternoon. When we broke, I was asking what, if anything, did Ms. Pace say to you occurred on January 18th to the 21st of 2010? As she had said that there was some physical abuse, and that she had had a relationship with Mr. Kelly and Q, and let me stop you for a moment? Assure. Q, because I want to better frame my question. I am talking, specifically, what Miss Pace told you happened between her and the defendant on those particular 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 607. Dates. So I think you testified earlier that you met with Ms. Pace on January 27th of 2010. Is that correct? A yes. Q, and do you recall, specifically, what Ms. Pace told you happened on January 18th to the 21st of 2010? A yes. Q, what happened? A, that she had gone to see him, and I think that he had choked her and spit on her, and then they had sex. Q, and I just want to direct your attention to a particular date. As you sit here today, do you remember the particular date that she said that incident happened? And no. Q, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as 3500 CW1, and I'm going to I think, and then I'm going to direct your attention to this paragraph right there where my pen is pointing. Can you take a look at that? A yes. Q, and let me any if that refreshes your recollection. The court, you just have to focus it there. Q, and I can bring it to you if that's easier. That's fine, I can see it. January 23rd. Q, she said that the incident you just described occurred on January 23rd? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Direct/Ms. Geddes. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 608. A yes. Q, of what year? A 2010. Q, and what, if anything, did the witness say about a t-shirt? A, that she had a t-shirt that had semen on it from Mr. Kelly. Q, and did she say how it came to be that she had a t-shirt that had Mr. Kelly's own semen on it? A, that she had used the t-shirt to wipe it off. Q, it wipe it off what? A, her body. Q, from an incident that happened on January 23rd? A yes. MS Geddes, nothing further. The court, all right. Cross-examination. Mr. Farinella, yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination by M.R. Farinella, Hugh, good afternoon. So you had just, excuse me, so you had just testified that the document that you reviewed said that she had a t-shirt, right? A yes. Hugh, isn't it a fact that the document doesn't say that she 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Cross/Mr. Farinella. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 609. Had a t-shirt? That she used a t-shirt to wipe it off. Q. Yes. But you said that what you just read indicated she had a t-shirt. A yes. Q. Okay. But that's not in the document, right? A. I don't know. Mr. Farinella, my document does have a notation on it. The court, do you want to show it to her, and I think maybe put your question to her again? It's a little confusing. Mr. Farinella, okay. Examination by Mr. Farinella, continuing. Hugh, you had just testified when you were asked about the memo you prepared, and you had indicated that it stated that the new potential client had a t-shirt, right? A yes. Hugh, okay. In your memo that you prepared, it does not indicate that the new potential client had a t-shirt. It simply says the court, no, that's really not an appropriate question. Why don't you show her the document? Ask her to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Cross/Mr. Farinella. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 610. Take a look at the part you want her to look at, and then put your question to her. Mr. Farinella, so we'll mark this as defense exhibit the court. You don't even have to mark it, just show it to her. We're not putting it in, I don't think. Approaching the witness. Showing to the witness. MS Geddes, counsel, which document are you showing her? Is it this 3500 CW1? Mr. Farinella, it's the memo. Ms. Geddes, CW1. Mr. Farinella, yes, CW1, page 3. MS Geddes, thank you. The witness, yes. Q. So you've reviewed the memo, correct? A yes. Q. Okay. And in that memo, it does not indicate that the new potential client stated she had a t-shirt, right? That's correct. Q. It just simply states that she used a t-shirt? That's correct. Q. Okay. And one last question. Isn't it a fact that you have, at that point, when you're interviewing your client, you had no independent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Cross/Mr. Farinella. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 611. Knowledge of the truth about the information that she provided to you, correct? A correct. Emir Farinella, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor. The court, any redirect? M.S. Geddes, no, Your Honor. The court, thank you so much. You can step down. Witness takes the witness stand. The court, do we need who is your next okay? Are you ready to call your next witness? M.S. Cruz Melendez, yes, Your Honor. Yes, Judge. The government calls Carolyn Harris to the stand. The court, Carolyn Harris. M.S. Cruz Melendez, yes, Your Honor. The court, okay. A brief pause in the proceedings was held. Witness takes the witness stand. Courtroom deputy, please raise your right hand. Oath administered. The witness, yes. Witness sworn. Courtroom deputy, please state your name for the record. The witness, Carolyn Harris. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Wilson Cross/Mr. Farinella. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 612. Courtroom deputy, thank you. You may have a seat. And you can remove your mask. The court, okay. Ms. Harris, just a couple of things. The court reporter takes down everything that you say, so please make sure you don't speak too quickly and that you don't talk over whichever lawyer is asking you questions. That way it makes their job easier, okay? The witness, yes. The court, second, if you don't understand a question or you want to have it repeated, just let me know. And the final thing is, please just do your best to answer the question that you're being asked, okay? The witness, yes. The court, all right. Good. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct/Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 613. Carolyn Harris, called by the government, having been first duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. Direct examination by M.S. Cruz Melendez. Q. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. Hi. Q. Are you employed? A yes. Q. And how are you employed? A Cook County Clerk, Karen Yarbrough. The court, say it again, I'm so sorry. The witness, the Cook County Clerk, Honorable Karen Yarborough's office. Q. How long have you worked at the Cook County? What was the last? A Cook County clerk. Q. Clerk, yes. And how long have you worked at the Cook County Clerk's office? At 21 years. The court, Ms. Cruz Melendez, you also need to speak up. Ms. Cruz Melendez, yes, Judge. The court, better. Q. What's your current title at the office of the clerk? A supervisor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 614. Q. And what are your duties and responsibilities as a supervisor? A supervise over 24 people in birth, marriages, and deaths. Q. Can you explain to the jurors what Cook County is? Where is it located? A Cook County Clerk's office is located 118 North Clark, Chicago, Illinois. Q. And how long have you held the position as a supervisor? At 21 years. Well, 15 years as a supervisor. Q. And prior to being a supervisor, what, if any, position did you have? A. Clerk. Q. What were your duties and responsibilities as a clerk? A. To service the public. Q. In what manner? A birth, marriage, and death certificates. Q. Now, during your, sounds like almost 30 years of working there, have you become familiar with the policies and procedures related to members of the public seeking to be married in Cook County, Illinois? A. Yes. Q. And, in that capacity, as part of your work as a clerk, and then later as a supervisor, are you familiar with the documents generated by the Cook County Clerk's Office related? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 615. To marriage? A. Yes. Q. And are you familiar with the procedures that were in place in 1994 as well? A. Yes. Q. What's the procedure for obtaining a marriage license in Cook County, Illinois in or around 1994? A. Both people must be present with valid I.D.S. over the age of 18. Q. So you mentioned valid IDS, so what, if any, documentation did a person seeking a marriage license during that time period in 1994 need to present prior to obtaining a license? A state ID, driver's license, or U.S. passport. Q. So you previously mentioned that individuals coming in would have to provide identification, correct? A. Yes. Q. And you used the phrase, both people? A. Yes. Q. Who are the people that you are talking about? A. The expected bride and groom. Q. Now, if a person didn't have a state ID or driver's license, what, if any, other forms of identification did the clerk's office take? They were required to produce 2 pieces of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 616. Identification. QOK. And what kinds of identification? A birth certificate, consular card, foreign passport. Q anything else? And no. Q does the Cook County Clerk's Office ever accept baptism records? AO I'm sorry, yes. Yes. Q what, if any, eligibility requirements existed in 1994 with respect to individuals seeking to get married in Cook County, Illinois? What was that? Q eligibility requirements? Well, you had to be 18 and older. And as we also accept minors, but they must be accompanied by adults. Q when you say minors, how old of a minor must you be? 16, 17. Q so when you say, must be accompanied by adult, which adult are you referring to? The parents. Q the parents of the minor? Yes. Q generally speaking, now and in 1994, how could an applicant prove their age? By the ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 617. Q so once the applicants, the expectant bride and groom, provided identification, what happened next in the process? We would enter the information into our system. Q and what system is that? The vital checks I mean, the marriage license system. Q and once a couple obtained a marriage license, is it automatically effective on the date that the marriage license is issued? It's actually valid any time after that day. Q it's valid on that day? It's valid any time after that day. Q okay. So is there a waiting period between when the marriage license is issued and when it is effective? Yes, 24 hours. Q okay. And was that true in 1994? Yes. Q are there any exceptions to that one-day waiting period that you mentioned? Yes. Military. Q when you say military, can you explain to the jurors what that exception? That would be military services, active duty. They are ability able to get married within the same day. Q and if a person in the military was seeking to get married before that one-day period, how, if at all, would? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 618. that be reflected on the marriage application? Well, it would be reflected by them showing the military ID. Q. Okay. What, if anything, would happen if a couple was married on the same day that their marriage license was issued if they were not military personnel? We would actually conduct the customer. Q. What would you say to the customer? They would have to come back in and redo the marriage. Q. So does that mean that their marriage would be void? Yes. Q. And how long is a marriage license effective? It's valid for 60 days. Q. And was that true in 1994? Yes. Q. Now, when the expectant bride and groom, the applicants. First, let me ask you this. Once an application is drawn out and a marriage license is issued, do they receive a copy of marriage license? The marriage license, yes. Q. Okay. And when they receive a copy of the marriage license, do they also get a copy of the application for the license? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 619. Q. So once a marriage license is issued to the expectant bride and groom, what, if anything, are they required to do in order for them to be officially married? A. To get married by an officiant, priest, or any elder. Q. And do they have to provide any documentation? They would provide the marriage license. Q. And what, if any other information would be on that marriage license? The information that we keyed in the computer. Q. Any other information? Information for the officiant to fill out. Q. Once that's filled out, what needs to happen with the marriage license? Must be returned back to our office. Q. And generally speaking, how is the marriage license returned to the clerk's office? Through the mail or walk-in? Q. And, again, the procedures that we just discussed, was that true in 1994? Yes. Q. So what happens once the marriage license is returned to the office that you work at? We would then enter it in and generate a certification copy. Q. And is that a certification of marriage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 620. Yes. Q. Okay. Now, once that certification of marriage is generated, what, if anything, does that mean with respect to the marital status of the couple who came in to obtain the license? Just letting the world know they are married. Q. So once the certification of marriage is issued, are they officially married? Yes. In our office, yes. Q. And, at that point, can the married couple get a copy of marriage certificate? Yes. Q. And how would they go about doing that? They would pay a fee of $15. Q. Now, if a member of the public, so not the married couple at issue here, wanted to get a copy of the documents related to the marriage. So we talked about 3 documents now. We talked about the application, we talked about the marriage license, and the certificate of marriage. If a member of the public wanted to get a copy of those documents, could they? A certification copy, yes. Q. How would they do that? They would come in, present their ID, and a $15 fee. Q. I'm sorry, I may have confused you with my question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 621. So I'm not talking about the married couple. I'm talking about a member of the public who is not the married couple. Can they get access to that married couple's application, marriage license, or certificate of marriage? They can get a copy of the certificate of marriage. Q. A member of the public is what I'm asking? A yes. Q. How would they go about doing that? They would come in and see for the information to search a marriage. Q. Okay. We'll get back to that in a moment. Ms. Cruz Melendez. So, Your Honor, at this point, I would like to move to admit as certified records pursuant to Federal Rule of Evidence 902-4, Government's Exhibit 803A, 803B, and 803C. The Court, any objection? Emir Farinella, may I see the documents? Ms. Cruz Melendez, certainly. Emir Farinella, no objection, Your Honor. The Court, that is in evidence and you can publish it. Ms. Cruz Melendez, thank you, Your Honor. Government's Exhibits 803A, 803B, and 803C were received in evidence as of this date. The above referred to exhibit was published to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 622. Jury. Examination by Ms. Cruz Melendez, continuing. So, Ms. Harris, I would like you to take a moment and look at the documents. Are you familiar with these documents? A yes. Q. And prior to testifying here today, did you have an opportunity to review these documents? A yes. Q. So I'd like to turn your attention to Government's Exhibit 803A. Can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here? A. Application of marriage. The Court, keep your voice up a little. The witness, application of marriage. The Court, thank you. Q. And does Government's Exhibit 803A reflect the names of the applicants seeking a marriage license? A yes. Q, and I want to direct your attention to the top portion here where my pen is. Do you see that here? A yes. Q, do you see the word groom there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 623. A yes. Hugh, so can you tell us what the name of the groom is in the application? A Robert S. Kelly. Hugh, does the groom area of information also include a date of birth? A yes. Hugh, what's that date of birth? A January. I can hardly read January 8th, 1967. Hugh, does it also include an address? A yes. Hugh, and does the address say 195, North Harbor, Chicago, Cook County, Illinois? A yes. Hugh, is there also an age indicated? A yes. Hugh, and what does the age say? A 27. Hugh, do you see here just to the right of the age, 2 boxes over, where it says Social Security number? Do you see that there? A yes. Hugh, and there are a series of zeros listed? A yes. Hugh, what, if anything, does that indicate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 624. A. Optional. Hugh, and what do you mean by optional? They could either give the Social Security number or not. Hugh, okay. So did the individual provide here, did Robert S. Kelly provide a Social Security number? A no. Hugh, moving to the next entry over to the right, it says occupation? A yes. Hugh, okay, and what's the occupation listed there? A singer. Hugh, now, moving down one row, do you see where it says father's name? A yes. Hugh, and it says legally omitted, correct? A yes. Hugh, and what does that mean? The father's name wasn't given. Hugh, and one box below that where it says mother's maiden name, do you see that there? A yes. Hugh, what's listed there? The mother's name, Joan Kelly. Hugh, and in the address box to the right of that, does it say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 625. Deceased? A yes. Hugh, so the information that we've just gone through here with respect to the groom's name, address, and date of birth, how is that information generated? Generated off the ID. Q. The identification provided by the groom? A yes. Q. Okay. So I'd like to now your attention a little further down in the section that says bride. A yes. Q. Okay. Do you see that there? A yes. Q. What name is listed for the bride's name? Do you see that where my pen is? A yes. Q. What does it say? A. Aaliyah D. Houghton. Q. Houghton? A yes. Q. Did I read that correctly, Houghton? A yes. Q. To the right of the last name. Do you say where it say maiden name? It says same there, correct? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 626. Q. On the row below that there's an address listed, correct? A yes. Q. And that address is 1322 South Trip, Chicago, Cook County, Illinois. Is that correct? A yes. Q. And just below that, the leftmost of the next row, there is a date of birth listed, correct? A yes. Q. And does that date of birth say January 16th, 1976? A yes. Q. So January 16th, 1976? A yes. Q. Is there an age listed? A yes. Q. What's the age listed? At 18. Q. Moving over to where it says Social Security number. Do you see that there? A yes. Q. There's another series of zeros, correct? A yes. Q. Does that mean the same thing as you previously testified to that the bride also did not provide a Social Security number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 627. A yes. Q. Moving to the right of that series of zeros, there's another box for the bride's occupation. Do you see that there? A yes. Q. Does that say messenger, SER? A yes. Q. Moving down one row for the father's name. Does that say Michael Houghton? A yes. Q. And then to the right of that, there's an MI. What is that? A Michigan. Q. And one row below where it says mother's maiden name. Do you see that there? A yes. Q. Does it say Diane Hankerson? A yes. Q. And in the address line, does it say Michigan? A yes. Q. Or am I? A yes. Q. Is it correct that that means Michigan? A yes. Q. So, again, with respect to the information that we've 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 628. Gone through here. So the bride's name, address, the date of birth, how is that information generated on this application? A. With the identification given. Q. So you testified earlier that identification is necessary to obtain a marriage license, correct? A. Yes. Q. So does Government's Exhibit 803, A, reflect the form of identification that was used by Robert S. Kelly? A. Yes. Q. So I want to direct your attention to the left topmost entry here. Do you see where it says IDG and ILDL followed by the letters and numbers K40077747008? Do you see that there? A. Yes. Q. What does IDG mean? A. ID for the groom. Q. So the G in the parenthesis stands for groom? A. Yes. Q. Looking at where it says ILDL, what can you ascertain as to the type of identification that was used by the groom? A. Illinois driver's license. Q. OK. So now I want to move to the right side of the document. Is the based on the information that's on this document was a particular form of identification also used by the bride? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 629. A. Yes. Q. And is that reflected on 803A? A. Yes. Q. So I want to turn your attention to still the top of the document, but on the right side. Do you see here where it says IDB in parenthesis, and then a LIDPA and a series of numbers following that? A. Yes. Q. OK. What does the B in parenthesis stand for? A bride. Q. Here where it says a LIDPA, what can you ascertain as to the type of identification that was used by the bride? A. Illinois Department of Public Aid. Q. So you testified earlier that there are a number of forms of identification that the clerk's office typically requires to obtain a marriage license. I believe when you listed those things, a public aid identification card was not included in that list, correct? A. Yes. Q. Is a public aid ID card one of the forms of identification that would generally be accepted as an ID to get a marriage license? And no. Q. Who makes the ultimate decision when applicants come in as to what form of ID to accept when the applicants are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 630. Looking to get a large license? The clerk. Hugh, and is that the clerk who handles the application for the bride and the groom? Yes. Hugh, now, were the applicants here, Robert Kelly and Aaliyah Houghton? Were they required to sign the application? Yes. Hugh, and do we see those signatures on this document? Yes. Hugh, so I'm going to point your attention here where it says affidavit, and do you see where my pen is here? Yes. Hugh, does that signature says Robert S. Kelly? Yes. Hugh, and moving to the right of that where it says bride, is that the signature of Aaliyah Houghton? Yes. Hugh, or does it reflect to be the signature of Aaliyah Houghton? Yes. Hugh, just below those signatures, do you see a signature here that says David D. Orr? Yes. Hugh, who is David D. Orr? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 631. He was the clerk for the Cook County Clerk's office at the time. Q. There was another signature to the right of David D. Or whose signature would that be? The clerk that created the application. Q. OK. So does this application reflect the date that the application was created on? Yes. Q. OK. And what's that date? I can't hardly see it. Q. Sorry. Say August 30th, 1994? Yes. Q. Now, looking at this document, 803A, do you see this other date here where it says August 31st, 1994? Yes. Q. Is this the effective on date? Yes. Q. So does that mean that 08/31/91994 is the date that the marriage license would be effective? Yes. Q. So as you previously testified, the applicants, once they obtain their marriage license, they would have to wait until August 31st, 1994 in order to be married? Yes. Q. So you explained to the jury earlier that after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 632. Submitting an application that it's a general matter a marriage license is then issued. Based on your review of the documents, was a marriage license issued for Robert Kelly and Aaliyah Houghton? Yes. Q. I'm directing your attention to Government's Exhibit 803B. Can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here? A. Marriage license. Q. And how is the information on the marriage license generated? From the application. Q. OK. So taking a look at the document here, Do you see here the name Robert S. Kelly? A yes. Q, and it says Robert S. Kelly of Chicago in the county of Cook and state of Illinois of the age of 27 years. Did I read that portion correctly? A yes. Q, and Aaliyah D. Houghton of Chicago in the county of Cook and the state of Illinois of the age of 18 years. Did I read that correctly as well? A yes. Q, how long after applicants fill out the marriage? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 633. Application: is the marriage license generated? A. Applicants. Q, so the applicants fill out the application or have an application generated, correct? How long after that is a marriage license generated? A, once the officiant marries them. Q, I'm going to back up for a second. So we have an application? A. Q, and the couple fills out an application? A yes. Q, okay. And then I believe you testified that the Cook County Clerk's office then generates a marriage license, correct? A yes. Q, how much time passes between when they filled out the application and when the marriage license is generated? A, sorry. Q, that's okay. A, it comes right after. Q, okay. So approximately, how long? A push of a button. Q, okay. So it's fair to say they receive it on the same day that they've filled out the application, correct? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 634. Q, now, looking at Government's Exhibit 803, B, here, what portion of the marriage license is generated by the clerk's office? Of the top portion. Q, okay. So is that the typewritten portion at the top half of the marriage license? A yes. Q, so looking at the middle area of the marriage license here on Government's Exhibit 803, B, what's the date that the marriage license was issued? A, August 30th, 1994. Q, and turning back for just a moment with respect to 803, A, is that the same date that the application was filled out? A yes. Q, so directing your attention once more to Government's Exhibit 803B. I'd like to start at the top of the document here on the right-hand top corner. Do you see here where it says Maywood? A yes. Q, and what does that signify? A, where they applied for the license. Q, and is Maywood an office? What is that? A yes, it's one of the satellite offices. Q, for the Cook County Clerk's office. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 635. A yes, it is. Q, and just below that, its number, and then the numbers 942-8588. What is that? A marriage license generated that day. Q, so that's the marriage license number? A yes. Q, and here we see a what says, return date, and then September 6th, 1994. What's that date? The day it was returned back to our office. Q, so that return date there, that September 6th, 1994, would that date have to occur before or after the couple gets married? A, after. Q, I'd now like to turn your attention to the bottom third of Government's Exhibit 803B. This information here, who is required to fill out that information? The officiant. Q, okay. So the handwriting here is filled out by the officiant. What's an officiant? A pastor, minister, elder. Q, so the person who presides over the marriage ceremony? A yes. Q, so looking at Government's Exhibits 803B, where it says, print name of person officiating, what does that say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 636. There. A Nathan J. Edmond. Q, and to the right of that, does it say Elder Nathan J. Edmond, Sr.? A yes. Q, and it says below that, hereby certified that Robert S. Kelly and Aaliyah D. Houghton were united in marriage by me at 6501 North Manheim Road, Rosemont, Illinois, the County of Cook, and State of Illinois on the 31st day of August, 1994. Do you see that there? A yes. Q, is there a signature there that reads Nathan J. Edmond? A yes. Q, and then address below that says 8515 South Indiana Avenue, Chicago, Illinois 600619. A 60,619. Q, and that address, is that the officiant's address? A yes. Q, okay. And the address above that where it says, were united in marriage by me at 6501 North Manheim Road in Rosemont, Illinois, what address is that? The where the marriage took place. Q, so I want to turn your attention now to Government's Exhibit 803C. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 637. Can you explain to the jurors what Government's Exhibit 803C is? A certification of marriage. Q. How is the information on the certification of marriage generated? Generated off the marriage license. Q. So I'd like to first start from the top of the document where it says license number. Do you see that there? Yes. Q. It reads M19949428588. Do you see that number? Yes. Q. Okay. What does the M stand for there? A marriage. Q. And then the first four numbers, 1994. What does that mean? The year. Q. I'm sorry, just let me finish the question. I'm sorry. Q. No, it's okay. 1994, what is that? The year. Q. So 1994? Yes. Q. Okay. And is that followed by 9428588? Yes. Q. And, just for a moment, putting up Government's Exhibit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 638. 803B is that the same number listed here as the marriage license number, 9428588? Yes. Q. So moving down the certificate it says the groom's name is Robert S. Kelly. Is that correct? Yes. Q. And the age is listed as 27? Yes. Q. It says the bride's name, Aaliyah D. Houghton, age 18. Is that correct? Yes. Q. And, again, how is that information generated? Generated from the marriage license. Q. The date of marriage is also listed here. Is that correct? Yes. Q. It says August 31st, 1994. Is that correct? Yes. Q. How is that date generated? From the marriage license. Q. And when it's generated on the marriage license, and when you say generated from the marriage license, turning your attention back to 803B, the dates of the marriage, where was that located? The lower part is the officiant box. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. C. Harris Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 639. Q. So that's that handwritten date here where it says the 31st day of August, 1994? Yes. Q. Who fills this portion out? The officiant. Q. Continuing down the certification of marriage. It says, were you united in marriage in the county of Cook and state of Illinois in a religious ceremony by Nathan J. Edmond. Did I read that correctly? Yes. Q, and then it says the officiant title, Elder, at site of ceremony, Rosemont, Illinois. Did I read that correctly as well? A yes. Q, okay. And again, how is that information generated? A generated from the marriage license. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 640. Direct examination by MS Cruz Melendez. Continuing, Q, and from the handwritten portion that's filled out by the officiant. A yes. Q, and just below that, it says date recorded September 6th, 1994. Do you see that? A yes. Q, what does that mean? The date it was returned and recorded. Q, what was returned and recorded? The marriage license. Q, and we see here just below that, it says application date August 30th, 1994, correct? A yes. Q, and I will put up 803A for a moment. Is that the same date as the date on the application? A yes. Q, can you explain to the jurors when a marriage is considered official? Once we put it in our system. Q, and so, when you put it in your system, is that the certificate of marriage? A yes. Q, okay. So once a certificate of marriage is issued, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 641. That's when the marriage is official? No. Sorry. Once we receive the marriage license back, then we enter the marriage license to generate a certificate. Q, okay. Now, I want to go back for a moment with respect to the documents we see here. If someone other than Robert S. Kelly or Alia Houghton wanted to get either the certificate of marriage, the marriage license, or the marriage application, what, if anything, would they have to do? A, other than the bride and groom? Q, other than the bride and groom. The certificate, they would come and search for a certificate. Q, what about the application? A, application, no. Q, they couldn't get a copy of the application? No. Q, a member of the public couldn't get a copy of the application, correct? No. Q, so based on the marriage certificate issued for Robert Kelly and Alia Houghton, what was their marital status as of date of this certificate of marriage, the government 803C? You say who? Q, the groom, Robert S. Kelly and Alia D. Houghton, once. The certificate of marriage was issued. What was their marital? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 642. Status? They were married. Q to each other? A yes. MS Cruz Melendez. Nothing further, Your Honor. The court, all right. Cross-examination. MS Blank Becker. Thank you, Judge. Cross-examination by MS Blank Becker. Q. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. Hi. Q. Ms. Harris, I just have a couple quick questions. Ms. Harris, I believe one of the things that you indicated is at the beginning when someone comes in for a certificate for marriage, both the partners have to be there. Is that correct? A yes. Q. Okay. And that's when they fill out some paperwork initially. Is that correct? A yes. Q. Okay. And in this particular instance, we've been talking about a specific marriage between Mr. Kelly and Ms. Houghton, correct? A yes. Q. And if I also understand correctly, you were not the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 643. Individual who helped them back then. Is that correct? A yes. Q. All right. Now, when it came to the application and the marriage license, that would have to be, I believe as you indicated, 1 day later. Those two things cannot be done on the same day, correct? And no, they are done on the same day. Q. Excuse me. Thank you for correcting me. Those two things are done on the same thing, but then the next day, you have to wait 24 hours for something, correct? A yes. Q. Okay. What do you have to wait 24 hours for? A. To get married. Q. Now, you've had an opportunity to see a copy of their marriage license. Is that correct? A yes. Q. And their marriage license indicates that they were married on the 30th, August 30th of 94. Is that correct? The marriage license indicated they was married August 31st. MS Blank Becker. Give me 1 moment, please. May I, Judge? The court, sure. Pause. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 644. MS Blank Becker. And I apologize, but can you bring up the marriage license, please? At this point, it is just so the witness can see it, but there is an earlier exhibit that has been allowed in. Can I publish it? The court, if it's in evidence MS Blank Becker, yes. The court, you can publish it. MS Blank Becker, thank you. Exhibit published. By MS Blank Becker. Hugh, this is the marriage license that you had a chance to see. Is that correct? A yes. MS Blank Becker. Just for the record, Government Exhibit 803B. Hugh, and on this marriage certificate, there is an indication on here that when it come to sort of in the middle, where it has a date, that would be which is the 30th. That's the date, tell us. That's the date of what? MS Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify, it's the marriage license, not the certificate. MS Blank Becker, I apologize. You are correct. The court, okay. Cue marriage license, towards the center of that marriage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 645. License. There's a date there that says August 30th. What is that date? Of the date they apply. Cue that they applied for it, which would have been the day before the actual license, correct? A yes. Cue okay. Is there ever a timestamp that's given? A no. Cue so earlier when you said it had to be 24 hours. How do you determine if it's 24 hours or not? We advise them that the marriage license is valid any time after that day. Cue okay. It's not necessarily a 24-hour thing. It's just if it's a Monday, it's got to be Tuesday, the following day, not necessarily 24 hours. A yes. Cue thank you. And was that also true back in 1994? That's how it worked. A yes. Cue now. You were asked some questions about the certification of marriage. Remember that? A yes. Cue okay. And in fact, that was another exhibit that was looked at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Cross Blank Becker. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 646. There's no reason to have more than one certificate, certification of marriage. Is that correct? A what? To obtain or? Cue sorry. Let me be more specific. The certification of marriage that we had a chance to see, that's sort of a final documentation. Is that fair to say? A yes. Cue all right. And there's only strike that. And the certificate of marriage, which I apologize. Okay. And the certificate of marriage, which is what I am showing on the ELMO currently, on the bottom right, there is a number there that says 6002844. Is that correct? A yes. Cue what does that number refer to? The paper number. Cue paper number meaning what? I apologize? The paper number, the count of the paper. Cue and if you could, explain to us what you mean by that, the count of the paper. A meaning from 1 to 600, whatever the thousands, the paper. Cue does it have significance, meaning that that number correlate at all to the fact that this is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris Redirect Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 647. certificate of marriage for these two individuals? A no. Q. Okay. That number has to do with, you're saying, just something that has to do with when it's processed? Just a paper count. Q. Paper count? A yes. Q. So there could be a variety of different people who could print it out with a different number on the bottom right? Is that what you're saying? A yes. Q. Got it. Thank you. MS Blank Becker. Ms. Harris, I don't have any additional questions. Thank you very much. The court, any redirect? MS Cruz Melendez, I just want to clarify two things, Your Honor. The court, sure. Redirect examination by MS Cruz Melendez. Hugh. Ms. Harris, on cross-examination, I think Ms. Becker stated that the marriage license is generated a day after the application. Is that correct? A no. Q. When is the marriage license created with respect to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Harris redirect Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR 648. Application of the same day. Q. And, again, looking at the marriage license, which is Government Exhibit 803B, at the bottom we talked about this on direct examination. There's the date that the ceremony occurred according to the marriage license, correct? A yes. Q. Does the Cook County Clerk's Office do any independent verification with respect to the actual date of marriage? A no. Q. So with respect to the certification of marriage, I will put that back on the screen. That's Government Exhibit 803C, where it says here date of marriage, August 31st, 1994. Again, is that coming straight from the handwritten information provided by the officiant on the marriage license in Government Exhibit 803B? A yes. Q. Thank you. MS Cruz Melendez. Nothing further, Your Honor. The court, any recross? MS Blank Becker. No, Judge. Thank you. The court. Thank you so much, Ms. Harris. You can step down. The witness. Thank you. Witness steps down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 649. The court. Is now a good time to take our afternoon break? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. 15 minutes, I think. Please don't talk about the case. I'll see you in 15 minutes. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits the courtroom. In open court, jury not present. The court, all right. Everybody can sit down. So is the next witness the witness? Is this next witness the one you told me about this morning? MS Cruz Melendez, yes. The court, can you just put on the record what it is that you is this someone that I have signed an order for previously? MS Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, you haven't signed an order for, but there is an order that's dated October 22nd, 2019, as Ms. Geddes mentioned this morning. We anticipate the witness will assert his Fifth Amendment privilege, and the government is prepared to offer immunity if that occurs. The court, all right. M.S. Cruz Melendez, and it was signed by Judge Moskopf. The court, okay. So what's the procedure then? I haven't done this in a while. If I remember correctly, you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 650. Bring him in and I ask him whether he intends to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege. Is that right? M.S. Cruz Melendez, we can certainly do it that way, Your Honor, or I can ask a question and see if he asserts his Fifth Amendment. The court, but outside of the presence of the jury. M.S. Cruz Melendez, yes, outside the presence of the jury. The court, I'm sorry to interrupt you. And then the immunity includes immunity except for perjury. Is that right? M.S. Cruz Melendez, that's correct, Your Honor. The court, just put on the record what the conditions of the immunity are. M.S. Cruz Melendez, it was my intention to read the order, Your Honor. The court, great. M.S. Cruz Melendez, so I would ask, I think the simplest thing, Your Honor, is when the witness comes in, if you would like to ask the witness if they intend to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege. The court, okay. Who is the witness? M.S. Cruz Melendez, his name is Demetrius Smith. The court, and assuming he does, he is going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 651. Have an attorney here as well? M.S. Cruz Melendez, that's correct. The court, anything else that you want to put on the record about this? M.S. Cruz Melendez, nothing further from the government. The court, I simply plan to ask him if he intends to invoke his Fifth Amendment privilege, and then if he says yes, I will tell him that you are going to read the order then. M.S. Cruz Melendez, that's correct. The court, and then he will no longer have a privilege to invoke, and I will advise him of that. M.S. Cruz Melendez, thank you, Your Honor. The court, anything from the defense on this subject? Ember Canick, no, Your Honor. The court, all right. So why don't we take our break, and then we will handle this in about 10 minutes, okay? Recess taken. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The court, everybody can sit down. All right. Shall we bring in the witness? I'm sorry, Ms. Cruz Melendez, can you tell me his name again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 652. M.S. Cruz Melendez, Demetrius Smith, Your Honor. The court, okay. And I take it his lawyer is with him? M.S. Cruz Melendez, yes. The court, who is his counsel? M.S. Cruz Melendez, Susan Marcus. The courtroom deputy, please remain standing. The court, Ms. Marcus, do you want to stand next to the witness? Is that helpful? M.S. Marcus, sure. The courtroom deputy, please raise your right hand. Witness sworn. The courtroom deputy, state your name for the record. The witness, Demetrius Smith. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 653. Demetrius Smith, called by the government, having been duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. The court, Mr. Smith, just have a seat. There is a microphone right there. I am going to ask you a couple of questions. I'm told if you are called to testify, you plan to assert your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. Is that correct? The witness, yes, I don't want to be here, period. The court, I can't hear what you're saying. The witness, yes. The court, Ms. Cruz Melendez. M.S. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, the government would like to now read into the record an order signed by Judge Moskop dated October 22, 2019. It reads, in re-testimony of Demetrius Smith. On motion of Richard P. Donahue, United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, by Assistant United States Attorney Maria Cruz Melendez, filed in this matter on October 22, 2019, it appearing to the satisfaction of the court that Demetrius Smith, the witness, has been called to testify or provide other information before the grand jury. That in the judgment of the United States Attorney the witness is likely to refuse to testify or provide other 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 654. Information on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination, that in the judgment of the United States Attorney the testimony or other information from the witness may be necessary to the public interest, and that the aforesaid motion filed herein has been made with the approval of Jennifer A.H. Hodge, Acting Deputy Assistant of the Attorney General of the Criminal Division of the United States Department of Justice, pursuant to the authority vested in her by Title 18, United States Code, Section 6003, B, and Title 28, Code of Federal Regulations, Section 0.175, A. Now, therefore, it is ordered, pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Sections 6002 and 6003, that the witness give testimony or provide other information which he refuses to give or to provide on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination as to all matters about which he may be questioned before the grand jury. and in any further proceedings resulting therefrom or ancillary thereto. It is further ordered that, pursuant to Title 18, United States Code, Sections 6002 and 6003, no testimony or other information compelled under this order, or any information directly or indirectly derived from such testimony or another information may be used against the witness in any criminal case, except in a prosecution for perjury, giving a false statement, obstruction of justice, or otherwise failing to comply with this order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 655. This order shall become effective only if, after the execution of this order, the witness refuses to testify or provide other information on the basis of his privilege against self-incrimination. It is dated October 23, 2019, in Brooklyn, New York. It is signed by the Honorable Rosalyn R. Moskopf, United States District Judge, Eastern District of New York. The Court, OK. Mr. Smith, have you discussed this with your attorney? The witness, I do have a question for you right now. The Court, speak to your lawyer about it. OK. Pause. The witness, she is telling me stuff, but I don't understand it. The Court, so I'm going to give you a little more time to consult with your lawyer, but the bottom line here is you had invoked your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination, and I know you know what that means, correct? The witness, yes, I was told that was given to me, offered to me, but I didn't want to be here anyway, but... The Court, well, you would be in good company. There are lots of people who don't want to testify, but that's really not the question. The question is now that the government has secured an order signed by another district. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 656. Judge in this courthouse that if you testify, you cannot be prosecuted for anything that you talk about. The witness, all right. The Court, so you don't have, well, you can't take the Fifth anymore because they have an order that you have immunity from prosecution. So you have a good lawyer here with you. She will explain what that means to you, but the bottom line is that you have to testify about those things that you were concerned that you could yourself face prosecution for. Do you understand that? The witness, yeah. I don't feel like I did on the first prosecution for, so why do I have to testify here? The Court, do you want to speak to your lawyer for a minute? Ms. Marcus, may I have a moment? The Court, yes. Go ahead. Pause. Ms. Geddes, Your Honor, can I address something? The Court, of course. You can take your mask off. Ms. Geddes, Your Honor previously admitted Government Exhibit 241 subject to connection. That was that blue T-shirt that Ms. Pace identified as one that she had used. to wipe semen from her face. The government is prepared to call 2 witnesses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 657. Next week, who will testify that there was, in fact, semen found on the shirt, and the semen matched that of the defendants. Your Honor previously admitted subject to connection, but I believe it should be admitted period, because the witness identified it as the T-shirt that she used to wipe off the defendant's semen. The defense counsel claimed that they wanted to challenge the chain of custody, but any challenges to chain of custody go to weight, not to admissibility. The government is planning to call additional witnesses who will establish a chain of custody, but I want to be able to call the DNA witnesses next week, and I'm not sure that those other custody witnesses are going to testify before them. The court, I don't think you would have any objection to that, do you? It is true essentially that the chain of custody issue in this circumstance really will go to weight, not admissibility. But they are planning to establish it anyway. You can take your mask off too. Americanic, Your Honor, I would maintain my objection. I certainly would not object to the witnesses testifying without that custody chain. The court, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 658. Americanic, okay. The court, and then I mean, it sounds like whatever objection you have will be, if the government can do it, will be made moot by the testimony of the chain of custody people, assuming they can. So I think we are in agreement about that. M.S. Geddes, so that exhibit is now in evidence. Americanic, no. The court, it is still subject to connection. It's fine. Your DNA people can testify. M.S. Geddes, okay. The court, it's not a thing. M.S. Geddes, okay. Thank you, Judge. Americanic, Your Honor, while they are talking, can I run out? The court, yes. M.S. Geddes, I have one other procedural matter. I'm sorry. The court, maybe co-counsel can handle it. M.S. Geddes, Your Honor, we previously discussed not sitting on the 2-day Rosh Hashanah holiday, and I think Your Honor was going to perhaps talk with the jury about whether they wanted to take both days, if there was anyone who celebrated both days. The court, I don't know that they celebrate both. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 659. I know there are that celebrate one day. We will find out. M.S. Geddes, okay. M.S. Becker, Judge, for the record, I'm Jewish as well. I do celebrate Rosh Hashanah. The court, We are taking the day off. MS blank Becker, okay, I just thought that was a discussion we were having. MS Geddes, I think the question is whether we take off 1 or 2 days. The court, do you want to take both days off? MS blank Becker, I would, Your Honor, because I have to fly home and come back. All right. That's the plan. The court, that would have been good to know before. When is Rosh Hashanah? MS Geddes, the 7th and 8th. Labor Day is Monday the 6th, and then the 7th and 8th are Tuesday and Wednesday. My understanding, and certainly Ms. Becker can correct me, is that the first day is the day that is celebrated almost by all, but the second day is for more religious individuals. The court, well, Donnellys generally don't weigh in on things like this. I'm not telling you have to, but since it is going to be Labor Day before, you're going to have the whole weekend. Can you consider coming back on the Tuesday assuming the jurors don't want to? It's just that we have a long road ahead of us and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 660. If we can make the most of the time that we have. It may all be rendered moot if there is also a juror. I got the idea from Ms. Becker that this was a travel issue rather than an observation issue. MS blank Becker, Judge, because I hadn't been asked about it before, I wasn't trying to keep anything from you. The court, I know. Listen, it's not my habit to inquire of the lawyers what their particular religious observances are. I'm simply trying to keep this trial on schedule. There are a lot of moving parts here, and if you want to take both days, you can take them. But I'm just suggesting that because it's on the Tuesday after a long holiday, that if you don't need it, you don't have to. But let's not get into a debate about it. Let's find out from the jurors what they are doing, and we will deal with that issue when we have to deal with it. MS Geddes, thank you. MS blank Becker, thank you, Judge. MS Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, we have just received word that Mr. Smith and his attorney are done. So I think we might be able to bring them back in. The court, all right. Did he testify in the grand jury? MS Cruz Melendez, he did, Your Honor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 661. The court, okay. Thanks. MS blank Becker, Judge. The court, wait. Why don't we wait until Mr. Kennick gets back? Pause. The court, there he is. Now you can go and get the witness. Witness takes stand. The court, okay. Mr. Smith, you can take your mask off. I want to make sure the court reporter can hear what you are saying. Have you had a chance to speak with your lawyer? The witness, yes, I have. The court, and you understand the consequences of what we talked about earlier? The witness, yes. The court, all right. So I think we can get the jury. He is going to be here, and this is just because of our COVID protocol. And if you need at any time during the course of your examination to consult with your lawyer, just let me know, okay? And then we will make the arrangements. The witness, yes, ma'am. How's everybody doing today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 662. The court. Let's just wait until we start the questioning. Okay? It won't be that bad. The courtroom deputy, all rise. The jury enters the courtroom. The courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to continue. Are you ready to call your next witness? M.S. Cruz Melendez, yes, Your Honor. The government calls Demetrius Smith. The court, and here he is. Mr. Smith, I'm just going to give you a couple of directions before the testimony starts. The first thing is our court reporter takes down everything that you say. So it's important first that you speak into the microphone so she can hear you, and second, that you not speak too quickly, and the third part is that you don't speak over whoever is questioning you. It just makes it hard for them to do their job. The next thing is if there is a question that isn't clear or you want to have repeated, just let me know. And finally, do your best to just answer the question that you are being asked, okay? The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR 663. Go ahead. Direct examination by M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Did you receive a subpoena to appear here today? Yes, I did. Hugh, you don't want to be here testifying, do you? No, I'd rather not. Hugh, have you also received a grant of immunity for your testimony today? Yes. Hugh, what do you understand that to mean? That I won't be prosecuted for anything that I say. Hugh, now, do you also understand that that grant of immunity does not extend to perjury? Yes. Hugh, or giving a false statement, do you understand that? Yes. Hugh, or obstruction of justice, do you understand that? Yes. Hugh, or otherwise failing to comply with the immunity order issue, do you understand that? Yes. Hugh, Mr. Smith, how old are you? 65. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 664. Q. Where did you grow up? A. In Chicago, Illinois. Q. Are you employed? A. At the present, no. Q. And what did you do before your unemployment status? A. I worked as a limousine driver, and then COVID hit. I worked as a limousine driver, and the COVID hit. Since then, I have been unemployed. The court, just do your best to use that microphone. It's a big room. The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, that's great. Go ahead. Q. Do you have any nicknames? My family calls me Johnny. MS Cruz Melendez. I'm showing the witness what has been marked for identification purposes as Government Exhibit 6. Q. Do you see Government Exhibit 6 for identification purposes there? Do you see that they're on the monitor? Yes, I do. Q. Do you recognize the individual in that photograph? Yes. MS Cruz Melendez. If the defense has no objection, the government moves to admit Government Exhibit 6 into evidence. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 665. M. Mechanic, no objection. The court, all right. That will be in evidence. Government's Exhibit 6 received in evidence. The witness, you can publish it. Exhibit published. By MS Cruz Melendez. Hugh, are you familiar with an individual named R.Kelly, also known as R.Kelly? Yes, ma'am. Hugh, I'm sorry. I need to back up for a moment. Who is the individual in this photograph? That's me. MS Cruz Melendez. I moved too soon. Hugh, so back to my other question. Are you familiar with an individual named R.Kelly, also known as R.Kelly? Yes, I am. Hugh, have you met R.Kelly in person? Yes, I have. Hugh, I'm showing you what is in evidence as Government Exhibit 1. Do you recognize the individual in this photograph? It looks like Robert. Hugh, when you say Robert, do you mean R.Kelly? Yes. Hugh, do you see R.Kelly in the courtroom here today? Take your mask off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 666. Hugh, if you see him, can you please point him out? That's Robert. Hugh, and indicate an item of clothing he is wearing. He's wearing a gray suit with a brown shirt. The court, indicating the defendant. By MS Cruz Melendez. Hugh, Mr. Smith, approximately when did you first meet the defendant? I met R.Kelly in '84. Hugh, and how did you meet the defendant? I met him at a talent show at Kenwood Academy. Q, and what's Kenwood Academy? It was a park district function, and Kenwood Academy is a high school. Q, now, when you met the defendant, were you in the entertainment business? Yes. Q, what did you do in the entertainment business? I was a singer. I had a band. Q, after meeting the defendant, what, if any, relationship did you have with him? When I met Robert, he was performing. He was a youngster. He was singing original songs. And at that time I was looking for songs, and Robert totally impressed me, and I approached him for it. And from that moment, we began working. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 667. Together. Q, and in what capacity did you start working for the defendant? Well, I just assisted him with anything he needed to further his career. Q, and approximately when did you begin working with him? In 1984. Q, over what total period of time did you work with the defendant? I worked with Robert from 84 to 96, I think is when we ended. 94, we ended. I went back again. Pretty much 96 it all ended. Q, would it be fair to say that you took some breaks from your employment with the defendant? A couple, yes. Yes. Q, now, during periods of these breaks that you mentioned, did you maintain contact with the defendant? We ran back into each other. As far as me calling him on a regular basis, in the beginning, no. We got separated again. You know, I went to prison at one time. Q, now, you had mentioned that you had almost immediately began working for the defendant? Q, what was your title? How would you describe yourself? Well, in the beginning I would say I. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 668. Just wanted to be somebody that he could look up to that could help. But as time developed, I was like a personal assistant to him. Continued on following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 669. Examination continues by MS Cruz Melendez. Hugh, and what were your responsibilities as his personal assistant? Again, just seeing to it that he got things that he needed to further his career. I just wanted him to be comfortable to write. Hugh, what, if any, responsibilities did you have with respect to the defendant's schedule? When we signed with the record company, you know, they gave me tours to do. So I would do the scheduling. Yeah, I did pretty much everything. Q, did you have any responsibilities with respect to travel? A, I did scheduling. Scheduling included traveling. If he needed something to get something to his family or something, I would do that, you know. Q, now, were you paid when you were the defendant's personal assistant? Well, in the beginning there was no money. And as time went on, I was paid. Q, and how were you paid as time went on? A, I was paid in check. Q, prior to being paid in check, did you have any other? What was the agreement in terms of how much you would be paid? A, in the beginning, me and Robert, we've always discussed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 670. 5%. That was with me, him, and a former manager, Chuck Smith, and we discussed 5%. And pretty much Robert, in the beginning we would make money in the subways. You know, he'll make his money, he'll give me 5%, which was a little bit. Hugh, now, when you were working for the defendant, did you have an opportunity to meet people in the defendant's inner circle? Yes, I did. Hugh, who did you meet? I met his buddies. Hugh, and who were they? They had a mechanic. Your Honor, I am going to object to relevance. The court overruled. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, you can answer. Well, I met his buddies. I met his family. I met his brother. I met his, brothers. I met his sisters, his mom. His buddy Larry, Tori. Hugh, do you remember Larry's last name? Larry? I mean, we don't, if I may say. You know Q, sir. The witness, if I may ask? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 671. The court. Oh, you want to speak to your counsel? The witness. Yes. The court. Okay. The witness consults with his counsel. Yeah, I know Larry Hood. Hugh, and what other names do you recall of people you met while working with the defendant? Tory Diggs, Jim Pratts. Neighborhood friends, you know. Hugh, are you familiar with an individual named Bruce Kelly? That's his brother. Hugh, when you say his, who do you mean? That's Robert's brother. Hugh, and are you familiar with an individual named Tyree Jameson? Tyree Jameson. Yes, I know Tyree. Hugh, and what, if any, job or responsibility did Tyree Jameson have with the defendant? Tyree was hired as a mechanic. Objection. As security for Robert. The court overruled. I want to make sure your microphone is on. We're having a little trouble hearing. And you can take your mask off, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 672. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Ms. Cruz Melendez. By M.S. Cruz Melendez, Hugh had mentioned that you originally met the defendant at a talent show. At some point, did the defendant begin singing professionally? A yes. Hugh, and was the defendant signed to a record label? A yes. Hugh, and which record label was the defendant signed to? Assigned to Jive Records. Hugh, and approximately when was he signed to Jive Records? A about 89, 88, something like that maybe. Hugh, now, as part of the defendant working with the record labels, did the defendant release any songs? A yes, he did. Hugh, and when you were working with the defendant, did the defendant release any albums under Jive Records? Can you repeat that? Hugh, did the defendant release any albums under Jive Records? A yes. Hugh, and what was the name of the defendant's first album? A Born into the 90s. Hugh, generally speaking, who wrote the songs released by the defendant? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 673. A R.Kelly. Hugh, and after releasing the Born into the 90s album, did the defendant release any other albums? A yes, he did. Hugh, now, at the time the defendant was signed with Jive Records, did he have a manager? A yes, he did. Hugh, and what was his manager's name? A Barry Hankerson. Hugh, after signing with Jive Records, did the defendant ever perform live? A yes. Hugh, and did people come to see his performances? A yes, they did. Hugh, now, you testified earlier that you first began working as the defendant's personal assistant, and then at some point you were also assisting with tours. Is that correct? A yes. I worked as a tour manager as well. Hugh, and approximately when did you become his tour manager? Our first tour. Hugh, and do you recall when that first tour was? The Born into the 90s album. Hugh, do you remember an approximate date? And not off the top of my head. Let me see. Born into the 90s, we did shows way before that. We did shows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRRPR. 674. With Heavy D and the Boys. We did this was before his deal. So, signed with Jive. We got Born into the 90s came out. So, I would say 90, in 1990, you know. Hugh, in the vicinity of that time frame? A, in the vicinity, yeah. Q. So, as his tour manager, what were your responsibilities? A. To get him to and from the tour and on stage on time, safe. And at the same time, make sure everything was accommodated, his payroll. I took care of the artists. I took care of the crew. My responsibility was a lot. Q. Now, you mentioned that you assisted with the tour responsibilities. Did the defendant ever perform live outside of Illinois? A. Yes. Q. And did you travel on tour with the defendant? A. Yes. Q. What locations do you recall traveling to with the defendant on tour? A. We had tours over down south. We had tours all over the states. Q. Are you A. We went overseas. We did a lot of tours. We covered a lot of ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 675. Q. Are you familiar with an individual named Jovant? A. Yes, I remember Jovant. Q. And did Jovant ever travel on tour with you and the defendant? A. One time I remember, yes. Q. And what, if any, role did Jovant have with respect to the defendant's tour? As she didn't have a role, they were just like little singers. They were singers and he wanted them to see what it was like on the road and watch the other acts that were out there as well. Q. So, you testified that you traveled on tour with the defendant outside of Illinois, around the country? A. Yes. Q. Did people come to see the defendant perform when he performed outside of Illinois on tour? A. Yes. Q. And when the defendant performed live at shows, did any other musicians perform in any of those shows? A. Yes. Q. Earlier you also testified that the defendant generally wrote his songs. Did the defendant ever write or produce any songs for other musical artists? A. Yes, he did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRR RPR. 676. Q. And did the defendant ever collaborate on music projects with any other artists? A. Yes, he did. Q. Are you familiar with an individual named Aaliyah Houghton? A. Yes, I'm familiar with Aaliyah. Q. Did you ever meet Aaliyah Houghton in person? A. Yes, I did. M.S. Cruz Melendez. I'm showing just the witness what's been marked for identification purposes as Government's Exhibit 54. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Q. Mr. Smith, do you recognize the individual in this photograph? A. Yes. Q. And who do you recognize it to be? A. That's Aaliyah. M.S. Cruz Melendez. Your Honor, if there's no objection from the defense, the government moves to admit Government Exhibits 54. Ember Canick. No objection, Your Honor. The court. All right, that's in evidence. You can publish it. Government's Exhibit 54 was received in evidence. Exhibit published. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 677. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, is Aaliyah still living? And no, she's not. Hugh, how did you come to meet Aaliyah? I met Aaliyah through her uncle, Barry Hankerson. Hugh, and what, if any, relation, again, did Barry Hankerson have with the defendant? Barry was Robert's manager. Hugh, and do you recall approximately when you first met Aaliyah? Yes. Hugh, when was that? We went to Detroit to meet Aaliyah and her family. Hugh, do you remember approximately what date that was? And no, I don't remember. Hugh, if I showed you, is there something that might refresh your recollection? M.S. Cruz Melendez. May I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. A fall of 92, that's about right. Hugh, so this refreshes your recollection? Maybe, yeah. I'm not sure if I was precise, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 678. Around that time. The court, did you say the fall of 1992? The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, okay. Go ahead. The witness, could have been around that time, it could have been a little later, you know. The court, okay. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, and I think you mentioned that you met the defendant, excuse me, that you met Aaliyah in Detroit. Who, if anyone else, was with you? I think the first time was me and Robert and Hugh, okay, and when we're talking about Detroit, we're talking about Detroit, Michigan? Hugh, and is that where Aaliyah lived? Yes. Hugh, and who, if anyone else, did Aaliyah live with in Detroit? I met her, she was with her dad, her mom, and her brother. Hugh, do you recall her brother's name? Rashad. Hugh, do you recall her parents' names? Michael and Diane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 679. Hugh, at the time that you and the defendant met Aaliyah in Detroit, did you also meet her brother at that time? Yes. Hugh, and I'm sorry if you answered this already, but what was her brother's name? Rashad. Hugh, and approximately how old was her brother at the time that you first met him? If I said how old he was, I would be assuming you know. Hugh, so you currently don't recall? I mean, I don't recall his exact, you know, how old he actually was. Hugh, is there something that might refresh your recollection? If I said it even before, maybe 15 or 14, something like that. Q. Okay. So you think that's an assumption of his age. No one ever told me his age. Q. But he appeared to you to be about 15 or 16. He appeared to be a young teenager. Q. Now, was Rashad older or younger than Aaliyah? I think Rashad was older than Aaliyah. Mechanic, I'm going to object. If he knows, he knows. If he doesn't, then he's speculating. The court, he can say he thinks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 680. What made you think that? The witness, well, he was a big boy. Taller, I never really knew their birthdays or nothing like that. The court, okay, so you're not sure. The witness, yeah, I'm not sure. The court, all right. The witness, I think Rashad was older. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, do you recall how old Aaliyah was at that time? I think at that time Barry told me she was a mechanic. Objection to what he was told. The court, overruled. The witness, Your Honor, can my attorney sit here? The court, if it makes you more comfortable. Let's just do it 2 seats apart, if that's okay. The witness, it's okay. M.S. Marcus, it's fine with me. The court, okay. M.S. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, I just want to make sure that the jury can see Mr. Smith. The court, can everybody see the witness? The jury, collectively, yes. M.S. Marcus, would you prefer I sit here? The jury, collectively, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 681. M.S. Marcus, okay. The court, so what was the last question? I'm sorry, do you mind reading it back? Thanks. Record read. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, so you can answer. How old do you think Aaliyah was? I think at the time she was maybe 14, 15. I remember they told me that she had won some kind of a TV show, American Got Talent, something like that, back in the day. She was about 13, 14, yeah. Hugh, where were you and the defendant when you met Aaliyah? We were at her house with her mom and her dad. Hugh, and why were you and the defendant in Detroit? Barry he wanted Robert to meet Aaliyah because she had talent, and he wanted to see if Robert thought she had something. Hugh, and where had the two of you and the defendant, where had you traveled from? Chicago. Hugh, and did you travel together to go to the Detroit? Yes. Hugh, how did you get there? I think we drove. I mean, I know if we got there, we drove, so from Detroit, Chicago, yeah, we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 682. Drove. Hugh, can you explain to the jury what happened when you and the defendant first met Aaliyah? A mechanic. I'm going to object, Your Honor. The court. Again, I can't hear you. A mechanic. It's on. The court. I know, but I guess I'm getting old. A mechanic. Well, join the club. Your Honor, I'm going to object to form. The court. Okay, the objection is overruled. Go ahead. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, Mr. Smith, can you please explain to the jury what happened when you and the defendant first met Aaliyah? When we first met Aaliyah, first of all, her mom and her dad were just special. You know, it was like walking into the Cosby house, you know, Bill Cosby and Felicia Rashad, and that's how the family greeted us. The court. You have to speak into the microphone. That's how the family greeted us. It was open. It was warm. It was just a good place to be at that time. And Robert and Aaliyah was kinda shy when he asked her to sing, so Robert went to the piano. And he'll play something and that relaxed everybody. And he'll have Aaliyah do something very simple, and it brought her voice out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 683. And we started hearing some angelic stuff out of her, and it was like a special time. Q. So, Aaliyah sang a yes, she did. Q. For you and the defendant? A yes. Q. And what, if anything, did the defendant say about Aaliyah singing after Aaliyah sang for you and the defendant? I thought she had something special. Barry asked him, what do you think? And he thought she had something special. Q. During your trip to Detroit with the defendant, did you and the defendant spend any additional time with members of Aaliyah's family? We went to play basketball with Rashad. We played with her uncle, Jomo Hankerson. We played with Tommy Turns and, you know, we went out and had fun, you know. Q. And how long were you and the defendant in Detroit for that trip? Maybe a day or two. Q. Now, you testified that Barry Hankerson had wanted the defendant to hear Aaliyah sing? Yes. Q. At some point did the defendant begin working with Aaliyah on her music? Later. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 684. Q. And once he began working with Aaliyah, the defendant began working with Aaliyah on her music. What, if anything, did the defendant do with Aaliyah with respect to her music? I mean he wrote her songs. Q. Did Aaliyah put out any albums? A. Yes, she did. Q. And who wrote that album? A. R.Kelly wrote her first album. Q. And what was the name of her first album? A. Age ain't nothing but a number. Q. Did Aaliyah ever travel to Chicago to work in the studio with the defendant? A. Yes, she did, with her parents. Q. Now, when Aaliyah came to Chicago to record in the studio, which studio did she and the defendant use to record music? A. As I remember, it was CRC Studios downtown, Ohio Street. Q. And did you and the defendant ever travel back to Detroit to visit Aaliyah? A. We went back to Detroit several times. We did visit Aaliyah's house, and we had other musicians in Detroit that Robert worked a lot with. And so we had other purpose in Detroit, other than Aaliyah. Q. Did Aaliyah and the defendant ever socialize outside of the studio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 685. Mechanic, objection. The court overruled. A. Did they socialize outside of the studio? Yes, I mean we all socialize. We went out, had ice cream, went to movies. Q. Including Aaliyah and the defendant? A. Whatever Robert did with Aaliyah was all about music. I mean if Robert wanted to be alone with Aaliyah in the other room, in the studio, it was over vocals and stuff like that. I would just say if Robert took Aaliyah out by herself, I couldn't say she did that, no. Didn't see that, no. But leave her alone in her room while, or if Robert was in the studio doing something and Aaliyah was uncomfortable, he would clear the studio, and he would be there with her. If he wanted to go eat with her, I would take them to eat. If he wanted to spend time, it was all about her music. Q. So, sir, you just testified that at times defendant might clear the room when he was with Aaliyah, is that correct? Oh well, I mean the studio. Not just clear a room to, like, just him and her. It's like if Aaliyah is not bringing out a note, he might say, turn the lights down in there, and he'll be on one side and she'll be on the other side, or he'll go in and talk to her. Stuff like that, you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 686. Hugh, sir, is your testimony here today that the defendant did not spend time alone with Aaliyah? And no, I'm not saying that. Hugh, okay, so did the defendant spend time alone on occasion? A yes. Hugh, with Aaliyah? A yes. Hugh, what did the defendant say to you about needing to be alone with Aaliyah? The court, Mr. Smith, please have pity on our court reporter. She can't hear what you're saying. The witness, speak into the microphone. The court, do you need to have your recollection refreshed? The witness, yes. M.S. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, may I approach? The court, yes. The witness, yes. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Huso, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you about needing to spend time alone with Aaliyah? A. To work on her vocals, as it says in there, that he would say he need to spend time with her to work on her vocals. In other words, I'm always under him, so go get you something to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 687. Eat. Q in a private setting, is that correct? A private setting is a studio. Wherever we are, it's a studio, yeah. Q but alone, correct? A yeah. A mechanic, objection, Your Honor. The court, overruled. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Q, to your knowledge, were there times when the defendant and Aaliyah ended up being alone in the defendant's apartment? A yes, I would think so, yes. Q, and how long might they spend time alone in his apartment? A, I mean her mom would come up with her, and they'd all sleep, you know, all stay over. And if her mom left out, Robert would be there with her and stuff like that. Q, sir, my question is A. I'm just trying to see where you're trying to drive me with your question. The court, so here is the deal. You listen to the question that Ms. Cruz Melendez is asking you, and then answer that question. Remember that instruction I gave you at the beginning to answer the question that you are being asked? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 688. What is the question that you're asking? M.S. Cruz Melendez. I asked how long might they spend at his apartment. The court. Do you know how long that M.S. Cruz Melendez, the defendant, and Aaliyah, when they were alone, how long might they spend at his apartment? The court. That's the question. A. Did they spend time alone at Mr. Kelly's apartment? The witness, yes. The court, and when they did that, how long did that happen? How long were they alone together? The witness, maybe about an hour, maybe sometimes 15 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes. I'll go back and forth sometimes. You know, it's like I don't know what you're asking me. The court, okay. Again the witness, yes. The court, listen to the question. The witness, I listen to the question. The court, and if you don't understand the witness, I heard the question. I understand the question. The court, okay, so remember, I also told you at the beginning if you don't understand a question. The witness, I understand the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCR RMR CRRPR. 689. The court, you do, okay. The witness, yeah. The court, so do your best to answer it, all right? The witness, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. The court, thank you so much. Go ahead. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, I think you said you mentioned 15 minutes, 10 minutes, but you also said an hour, correct? Maybe an hour, yeah. Hugh, did you ever have any conversations with the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah? Okay, can you ask that again, please? Hugh, yes. Did you ever have any conversations, sir? Did you ever have any conversations with the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah? I've asked Robert at times. I thought that they were, playful. They played a lot. And I thought that at times I was concerned that it was all playful. Yes, so at times I have asked him, Robert, everything cool with you and Aaliyah, man? Hugh, and what did you mean by that when you asked the defendant if everything cool there? I mean I just thought they were playful, just. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 690. Over playful and sometimes. Hugh, sir, and I might have asked him every time, Robert, everything, you ain't messing with Aaliyah or nothing like that or something like that, yeah. And he'll say no. He said no, and I believed it. Hugh, what, if anything, did you see or hear that made you ask the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah? Being too playful. Just being together and being too playful. That was just like, it was just being too playful, and Aaliyah was young, and I didn't want people to have the wrong vision of things. Hugh, did you raise concerns with the defendant more than one time? A couple times, maybe. I just don't remember all of that, but maybe. Hugh, now I remember that one time, and I remember a time, I only remember one time actually right now. Hugh, you had used the phrase you asked the defendant whether or not he was messing with Aaliyah. What did you mean by messing with Aaliyah? Yes, I did ask him that before. I did ask him that. Hugh, okay. Can you explain to the jury this was a few years after? Well, what I meant by that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 691. Was well, I just thought they were too playful. I just thought that I didn't assume anything, and I don't want to assume anything now. Hugh, I'm not asking you to assume anything, sir. I'm asking you what I meant by that volcanic. Your Honor, can he be allowed to answer? The court, well, I think she needs to put the question. So, let her finish the question, and you let him finish the answer, and just listen to the question and answer it. Go ahead. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, I'm asking you, sir, What did you mean by the phrase messing with Aaliyah when you spoke to the defendant about his behavior with Aaliyah? I thought they were kinda too friendly, and by being so friendly I just wanted to make sure that Robert wasn't messing with Aaliyah. Messing with Aaliyah means flirting, being flirtatious, seducing her, Aaliyah. Q. At some point did you, in fact, learn that Aaliyah and the defendant were more than friends? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 692. Mechanic, objection. The court overruled. I ask that again. Q. Did you learn that Aaliyah and the defendant were more than friends? They were more than friends from the very beginning. Aaliyah was a happy spirit, and at the same time Robert seemed to be on the same page with Aaliyah in respect to their communication. They just had ask again. Q. I'll rephrase my question, sir. Was there a time when you learned that Aaliyah's and the defendant's relationship was more than professional or more than platonic? Oh well, yes. That was when we were on tour and Robert mentioned to me that Aaliyah was in trouble. And we didn't explain anything until we got into the airport and got us home. And that was the only time. Q. Okay, so I want to back you up for a moment. You mentioned that you were on tour. Q. Were you outside of Chicago? Yes. Q. Do you recall sitting here today what city you were in? When you and the defendant were on tour. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR. 693. I think we were in Orlando, I think. Q. Is it fair to say you're not sure? Yes. Q. And as part of this tour, did the defendant have a performance schedule? Yes. Q. And what, if anything, did the defendant say to you prior to his going on stage? Aaliyah's in trouble, man. We need to get home. Q. And did he tell you what he meant by Aaliyah was in trouble? No. Not at the time, no. Q. What, if anything, did you say in response to the defendant telling you that Aaliyah was in trouble? I asked I wanted to call Barry Hankerson. I wanted to call her uncle and figure out what was going on. Q. And what did the defendant say when he said, "Don't call Barry"? He said, "It's deeper than you think, you know, so I'll tell you about it." And I made the arrangements, and after the show we boarded a plane to Chicago. Q. Okay, and I just want to make sure that things are clear for the defendant, clear for the jury. What was the defendant's demeanor when he said that? Aaliyah was in trouble? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Samo CRRMR 694. His demeanor? Q. Yes. He was about to go on stage. Q. But when he told you that Aaliyah was in trouble, what was he like? What was his demeanor? He was concerned. Q. And I think you mentioned you testified that you had suggested calling Barry Hankerson? Q. Can you just remind the jurors who Barry Hankerson was with respect to the defendant? Barry Hankerson was Robert Kelly's manager and Aaliyah's uncle. Q. So, you testified that at some point you made the arrangements? I believe that's what you said? Yes. Q. What arrangements did you make? I called our travel agent, and she got us some flight to Chicago. Q. Why did you call the travel agent? Because that's who arranged our flights. Q. But who asked you to call the travel agent or to arrange flights? Robert said we need to get home, so I called my travel agent. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. Samo CRRMR 695. Q. OK. And did the defendant say when he wanted to leave to go back to Chicago? We had to leave after the show. Q. And so, what arrangements did you make? I called my travel agent. Q. Do you remember the travel agent's name at the time? I actually don't. Q. So, what kind of tickets did you arrange? Were they one-way, round trip? I don't remember. Q. So, is there something that would refresh your recollection? Sure. MS Cruz Melendez. May I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Pause. By MS Cruz Melendez. Q. Does that refresh your recollection? Yeah, they were round trip. Q. What kind of tickets? Yeah, it was round-trip tickets. Q. I'm sorry, I just want to ask the question. What kind of tickets did you arrange? Round-trip tickets. Continued on the following page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 696. Examination by MS Cruz Melendez, continuing. Q. And you said you contacted the travel agent. How did you contact that travel agent? Wrote a letter. The court, come on. I used the telephone. Q. And who paid for the tickets? Who paid for the tickets? Q. Yes. The company we were under Black Round Records. Q. And when you say the company in Black Round Records? Jive Records, whoever paid for his transit. I would submit the bill, they paid it. Who paid it directly? Q. You didn't pay, specifically, for the tickets, though? And not out my pocket, no. Travel agent had hooked up with Jive Records or Black Round Records. Q. Where was the defendant while you were making the travel arrangements? A. Performing. Q. Now, you had testified earlier that the defendant was on tour at the time, and you also testified that he went on stage. With respect to this tour, was this day the last? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 697. Day of the tour? A. I wouldn't think so, no, because they got round-trip tickets. Q. So were there other performances scheduled after that day as part of the tour? A. Yes. Q. Were you surprised by the defendant's request to leave the location of the show to go to Chicago? A. Yes. Mechanic, objection. The court overruled. Can I see the parties at the side, please? Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 698. Sidebar conference held on the record in the presence of the court and counsel, out of the hearing of the jury. The court, you've got to move this along. Just cut to the chase with him. You're not going to get every single detail out of him, and I would love to finish him today, but I suspect you have him R.Kelly. I have some cross. The court, a fair amount of cross with him. But the longer spend with him, the more difficult it is to get information out of him. Ms. Cruz Melendez, I do understand, Your Honor. I think he is testifying with respect to Racketeering Act 1. The court, I know, I get it, but some of it is let's go. I mean, I'm kind of telling you how to do your direct, but I would like to move it along a little bit, but I recognize he's a difficult guy. But if we can just move the ball a little bit forward to see as much as we can get done, he'll be back on you Monday. Mechanic, that's what I was going to tell you. The court, but still. Just try. I'm not going to yell and scream, but I'm mechanic. Also, note my objection. I don't know if it was, I think it was not intended, but there were questions being asked where the question presupposed an 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 699. Answer: and there was no connectivity. It's the kind of a situation where the witness had already gave that testimony. I think the question was just asked ahead of the foundational question to get that answer. The court, I don't remember what it was. Mechanic, I don't remember now. The court, it seemed like whatever it was, I remember the context seemed like it wasn't an earth-shattering performance. A mechanic, right. It wasn't earth-shattering. The court, we have to move it along. M.S. Cruz Melendez, to your point, Your Honor, if I'm going to move things along, I anticipate that there would not need to be some leeway with respect to the court. I don't suppose you're going to object to leading through sort of obvious things. A mechanic, there are certain things that I probably should be objecting to, but I'm letting it go. I'm just letting it go so we can move on. The court, I don't want the court reporters to quit because he's freestyling a lot. He's hard to hear and he likes to add his own. Some leading I think is fine on this to direct him to an answer. I've been looking at his 3500 material, so I know we can get there. All right? A mechanic, there's a hurricane coming, I'm told. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sidebar. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 700. About that I want to get out of here. Sidebar discussion concludes. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 701. In open court. The court, Mr. Smith. The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, I want you to listen to the question and answer the question that you're being asked as best as you can. Try not to add color to the answer, all right? Just listen to Ms. Cruz Melendez's question and answer that question. Deal? Yes, Judge. The witness, yes, Judge. The court, thank you so much. Go ahead. Examination by M.S. Cruz Melendez, continuing. Q. Your Honor, I believe my last question was, were you surprised by the defendant's request to leave the location of the show to go to Chicago? A. Yes. Q. And why were you surprised? A. It wasn't in the schedule. Q. Now, you had mentioned that you had made travel arrangements. Who did you make travel arrangements for? A. Me, Robert, and Tyree Jameson went with us. Q. Do you recall approximately what time the defendant's performance had started? A. Normally, they start about 7:30, 8 o'clock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 702. Q. How long was the show, if you recall? A. To about 10:30, 11 o'clock. Q. And after the show, you had mentioned you made travel arrangements. Did you head to the airport? A. Yes. Q. And how long after the show did you head to the airport? As soon as the show was over, we get in the car, we go to the airport. Hugh and you had mentioned being in the car. Who was in the car? The limo driver, me, Robert, and Tyree. Hugh, and what was the defendant's demeanor during the car ride to the airport? Quiet. Hugh, what, if any, conversations did you have with the defendant while on the drive? We didn't talk. He was quiet. Hugh and you arrived to the airport and got on the plane, is that fair to say? Yes. Hugh, now, what, if anything, did the defendant say to you once you were on the plane about Aaliyah? He asked me, well, I asked him what was going on. Hugh, and what did the defendant say? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 703. Give me a moment. Just a moment. I'm just trying to think. I want to say it right. We got on the plane and the court, into the microphone. We got on the plane. Robert, again, quiet all the way to the airport until we got on the plane. I said, what's going on? He said, Aaliyah, man, she thinks she pregnant. And that was a shock. Hugh, and what was the defendant's demeanor when he was telling you that Aaliyah thought she was pregnant? Well, his demeanor was he was concerned about her. He was concerned, and I didn't know what was going on, or they were like, talking all the time. So I didn't know what was really going on. His demeanor, he was worried about her. Hugh, how did he appear to her during that plane ride? Worried about her. He spoke to his sister about it. She told him, and I told him, what you can say it was him, but, And that's where we left it. We didn't really talk about anything else about that until we got to the Chicago, and I saw Darrell, and it was crazy. Hugh, Mr. Smith? Yes. Hugh, is it your testimony that you didn't have any other conversations with the defendant on the plane? Well, while on the plane, I think I told him, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 704. Said, she thinks she's pregnant. I said, Robert, I don't remember that. Let me see what I said. The court, you need your recollection refreshed. The witness, yes, can I refresh it? I don't want to say yes to anything. I'm on medications. Like I said, he told me that Darrell knew he was making arrangements for him to marry Aaliyah. Hugh, and did the defendant say why he had to marry Aaliyah? Well, they told him that's what he told me that they told him, Darrell and him, to protect himself. Hugh, to protect himself from what? To protect Aaliyah. That was Americanic, Your Honor. I'm going to object. You're asking Emmy stuff. The court, first of all, the objection is overruled. Don't have an argument with the Assistant United. State's Attorney, she's asking you a question. The witness, I have to use the bathroom. The court, you need a break? The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And can you escort the witness out, please? Courtroom deputy, all rise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 705. Jury exits courtroom at 4:48 p.m. Witness leaves the witness stand. The court, all right. We can take Mr. Kelly in the back, but I'm staying here, so don't anybody go too far. As soon as he comes back, we'll continue. Defendant enters the courtroom at 4:49 p.m. A recess in the proceedings was taken. Witness takes the witness stand. The court, just before the jury comes out, Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith. The witness, yes, ma'am. The court, this will go a lot smoother and a lot faster if you listen to the question and answer the question. I'm running a little bit out of patience here. If you can answer the question, answer the question. The witness, you running out of patience? The court, I am, and I run the show. The witness, then we can go home then, right? The court, no, you can't. You answer the questions that you're asked and cooperate with the prosecutor and answer the questions that she asks you. It's 5 to 5 o'clock. Let's go, let's get the jury in. A brief pause in the proceedings was held. Courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury enters courtroom at 4:57 p.m. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 706. Courtroom deputy, you may be seated. The court, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to continue. Go ahead, Ms. Cruz Melendez. Ms. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, if I could have the last question read back. The court, sure. Courtroom deputy, the witness is reminded he is still under oath. The requested portion of the record was read back by the official court reporter. Ms. Cruz Melendez, can I have the witness remove his mask? The court, take your mask off, Mr. Smith. Examination by Ms. Cruz Melendez, continuing. Q. Mr. Smith, when the defendant said that Darrell had said that he needed to marry Aaliyah to protect himself, protect the defendant from what? A. I guess jail, I guess. Q. I'm sorry. A. I guess jail. M. Mechanic, Objection. If he doesn't know. The court overruled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct/Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 707. Q. Did the defendant say that? A mechanic. Objection. A yes. The court overruled. Q. And you mentioned Durrell. Who was Durrell? A Durrell McDavid. Q. Who is he in relation to the defendant? A. He was Robert's accountant as well as Robert's acting manager. Q. What, if anything, did the defendant say to you on the plane with respect to where Aaliyah was? A. With respect to where Aaliyah at the hotel. Q. What hotel? A. I think it was the Sheraton in Maywood. Sheraton, or I think it was the Sheraton. Q. In what city, though? A. What was that? Maywood. Q. What state is that located in? A. Illinois. Q. On that plane ride, who, if anyone else, did the defendant tell you he had spoken to about Aaliyah possibly being pregnant? A. He spoke to his sister. He told me that. Q. And what did he say about that? A. He spoke to his sister. He spoke to his sister. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct/Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 708. Q. And what did he tell you that he told his sister? A. His sister said that, well, if Aaliyah said she's pregnant, doesn't mean she's pregnant, you know. Q. And when the defendant was telling you these things, what was his demeanor? A. Concerned. Q. Is it your testimony here today that his demeanor was just concerned? A. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. Was it anything else besides concerned? The witness, what did I say before? The court, you need to have your recollection refreshed. The witness, yes. M.S. Cruz Melendez, may I approach, Your Honor? The court, yes. Approaching the witness. Showing to the witness. The witness, yeah, he was crying a lot. Yeah, he was crying. Q. So did you and the defendant and Tyree ultimately land in Chicago? A. Yes. Q. And what time did the plane land in Chicago? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct/Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 709. Approximately? A. I don't recall. Q. Was it in the morning, evening? A. Early morning, probably. Yeah, early morning. Q. And once you landed, what happened? Where did you go after you landed? Can you ask that again? Q. Where did you go after you landed? You, the defendant, and Tyree, where did you go? Remember correctly, we went to the hotel, to the Sheraton Hotel. I remember correctly. Q. Okay. Mr. Smith, do you recall giving grand jury a can I just read that so we don't have to keep on going through this here? The court, does it refresh your recollection? The witness, yes, it does. The court, why don't you show him, direct him to the page? The witness, I feel like I'm on trial for Aaliyah. Shit. Aaliyah not even here to say where you go after that. We went home to this house. When you say home to this house, what do you mean? Q. Don't read it. A Lake Point Towers. Q. Don't read it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 710. The witness, I'm sorry, Judge. The court, that's all right. Just answer the questions. Q. And when you say his house, whose house did you go to? A Lake Point Towers, Robert's house. Q. And when you were at the defendant's house, what, if any, conversations did you have with the defendant there about the situation with Aaliyah? I remember that, and I told Robert that this is something that just couldn't happen, that he shouldn't listen to Darrell. I told him that he couldn't marry Aaliyah, that she was too young, and, that she couldn't go to school without a truant officer coming after her. So that's something you shouldn't do. That's what I do remember about that. Q. And what did the defendant say to you? He was confused. He was confused and he just asked me whose side I was on. Q. And you said he asked which side were you? Who you with, me or them? That's Q. And at some point, did you leave the defendant's apartment? Yes. Q. After leaving the defendant's apartment, where did you go? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 711. I think to the hotel. Q. And who went with you to the hotel? Me and Robert. I think me and Robert were together, I think. Q. And you testified earlier that you thought it was a Sheraton? Yes. Q. And why did you go to that Sheraton? To meet with Darrell. Q. And was anyone else at that Sheraton? I don't remember. The court, do you need to have your recollection refreshed? The witness, yes, please. The court, all right. You just need to ask. The witness, yes. The court, go ahead. Ms. Cruz Melendez, I think I can ask a question that might assist. The court, whatever will be best. Hugh, was Aaliyah there at the hotel? A yes. Hugh, and when you say you went to the hotel, where in the hotel did you go? A, to the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 712. Hugh, and do you recall what kind of room it was? A. It was a hotel suite. Hugh, now, once you reached the hotel, what, if any, conversation did you have with the defendant about his plan to marry Aaliyah? A. Mechanic, objection. The court overruled. A. Mechanic, it's not the testimony. The court overruled. You got to use the microphone. I can barely hear you. Thanks. A. I was always an objection to what Robert was being told to do. Q. What, if any, next steps did you discuss? A. They wanted to figure out how to make that happen, make the marriage happen. And I felt I was going to get ready to get pushed out the loop in respect to, and I wanted to keep a hold of Robert. So I suggested that I could get identification. I wanted to stay in the loop. I want to just do things to make it happen, but not happen. Q. Okay. A. I said that I could get the I.D.SS. I know somebody who could get her ID or something like that, and that's what I did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct / Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI official court reporter. 713. Q. I.D.S. for what? A. For it I.D.S. to prove her age. Q. And why did you need an ID for Aaliyah? Aaliyah was underage. Q. When you say underage, under 18? A. Yes. Q. Okay. Did you discuss at all what kinds of identification you needed to get for Aaliyah? A. I felt that when you go to get a marriage license, you would need to have proper identification, state ID. And only state ID. I knew was to get a welfare ID, and so. Q. Did you discuss any other types of identification that Aaliyah might need? As she needed more than one piece of ID. Q. How did you know she needed one more than piece of identification? A. I figured you need that to do anything, to get a license, to get a marriage license, to get on an airplane, or you need more than piece of ID, and that ID was not official identification, it was just an ID for that office. It's supposed that there. Hugh, so were there, did you have any other discussions about the other types of identification? A. Yes, there was a FedEx work ID, a school ID, those were the 3 pieces of ID. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct/Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 714. Q. So going back to the identification that you mentioned from the welfare office. What, if any, discussion did you have with the defendant about how you could obtain the welfare office identification? Oh well, I actually didn't have any discussion with Robert, it was with Darrell. Q. What did you discuss with Darrell? A. I said I could probably get that. I could probably go in there and talk her into it. You know, everybody needs some money. Q. Now, was when you I'm sorry, can you say that again? M.S. Cruz Melendez, can you read back to me his answer? The requested portion of the record was read back by the official court reporter. Q. And what did you mean, everybody needs some money? I mean, I felt like I could offer somebody some money to give me an ID. Q. Who would you be offering money to get? Whoever would open up to it. To be receptive to it. Q. Who would you be offering money to get the identification from? Oh well, I went to the welfare office and I went in and Hey, want to make some money? Q. And before we get there though, did you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct/Ms. Cruz Melendez. Anthony D. Frizzalone, FAPR, RDR, CRR, CRI Official Court Reporter. 715. Discussion about how much money you would need? I told Darrell give me about $500. Continued on the next page. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 716. Direct examination. Continuing. BYMS Cruz Melendez. Q. Now, did you have any discussion with the defendant about the amount of money you would need in order to get this identification from the welfare office? M. Mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. Did I have a discussion with Robert about recall? Q. Do you not recall? You got it, write it down. I said it before. I don't want to say what I said because I don't remember discussing money with Robert about anything in that respect. I don't remember that. Again, I might have mentioned it, but you know, my communication was with Darrell. Q. You might have mentioned it to whom? I might have mentioned it to Robert. Q. So you testified that at some point you did, in fact, go to a welfare office to get an identification card. Is that correct? Yes, I did. Q. Okay. Who went with you? Aaliyah, and I think I don't remember who I was with. Q. How did you get there? I drove. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 717. Q. And was Aaliyah in the car with you? A. I don't remember. The court, but she went to the same place the witness. If she wasn't in the car with me, then she was in the car behind me. The court, all right. Next question. Q. And who, if anyone, was in the car with Aaliyah? A. If Aaliyah was in the car, she probably was in the car with Robert. A. Mechanic, objection. The court, overruled. Do you remember? Is there anything that would refresh his recollection? M.S. Cruz Melendez, yes, Judge. I'm going to show him his grand jury testimony, which is 3,500. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's 3,500 DS-14. The court, okay. M.S. Cruz Melendez, just for the record, Your Honor, when I have been refreshing Mr. Smith's recollection, it's been 3,500 DS-14. The court, got it. Great. The witness, Let me see. I mean, like I said, if she wasn't with me, she was in the car behind me, as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 718. That says, Q. My question was whether or not the defendant was with Aaliyah in the car behind you. A. Yes. Q. Now, you testified that you thought that you could get an ID from a welfare office. Had you ever had public benefits from the welfare office before? A. Yes. Q. So had you ever been to the welfare office that you went to? A. Yes. Q. Do you recall where it was that you went to? Which welfare office you went to? A. 22nd Street and State. 22nd and State, I think it was. 21st. Q. What happened once you got to the welfare office? A. I went inside, felt my way around, and I approached a person, and she agreed, and she made an ID. Aaliyah came in. She took the ID. Q. Now, when you say you approached a person, who did you approach? A. I don't know her. Q. Okay. Do you recall you said it was a her? It was a woman? A. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 719. Q. And what was the woman's race? As she was African American. Q. And what, if any, what was her position at the welfare office? At taking photos. Q. And what, if anything, did you say to the woman who took photos at the welfare office? A. I don't remember word for word, but I made her an offer, and she took the money. Q. How much money did you give her? A. I gave her $500. Q. Where had you gotten that money from? A. Daryl. Q. And how did he give the money to you? A. Cash. Q. Now, you had earnings in that the woman at the welfare office took photos there. Did she work at the welfare office? A. Yes, I would assume. M. Mechanic. Objection to the assumption. The court overruled. A. I mean, I went in there. She took a photo. Apparently she had to work there. I don't think she would have been able to do that. Q. You didn't know her specifically? A. I don't know her personally. Specifically, I never seen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 720. Her the court, it appeared to you that she worked there, right? The witness, yes. The court, that's why you gave her the money. The witness, yes. Yes. The court, all right. Next question. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh. So after you gave her the money, what did you do? Aaliyah came in, she went and took the ID, and we left. Q. And A. It was just that fast. Q. What kind of identification was it? A. It was a public aid ID. It wasn't a state, it wasn't an official identification or anything. It was just a picture with an ID with a picture on it. It didn't have her age or anything. Q. So did the woman who you gave the money to, the woman who worked at the welfare office, did she take Aaliyah's photo? A. Yes. Q. Once you obtained the photo and the identification was given to Aaliyah, what happened next? Oh, actually, I'm sorry, just to back up for a moment. You had previously testified that you had obtained 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 721. You had gone to a welfare office before. A. Yes. Q. Now, in applying for public assistance, did you have to fill out any paperwork? A. Yes. Q. And did you have to provide any documentation when you applied for a yes? Q. For welfare services? A. Yes. Q. And generally speaking, what types of documents did you have to provide? A state ID, birth certificate, social security card. Q. Did you provide your name when you were seeking benefits? A state ID, social security card, birth certificate. Q. Okay. And at the time that you took Aaliyah to the welfare office, did she fill out any paperwork? A. No. Q. Now, when you and Aaliyah went into the welfare office, did the defendant come inside? A. No. Q. Where was he? A. In the car. Q. So what happened after you left the welfare office with the ID that you had obtained for Aaliyah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 722. A went back to the hotel, or let me see. She needed to get another ID, so we went somewhere else. I think like a FedEx, something like that. Hugh and who went to A got another work ID. Hugh, you believe it was a FedEx sample. Who went there? Me, Robert, Aaliyah, and Tyree, I guess. Hugh, why did you go to the FedEx that you went to? A, to get work ID. Hugh, but why specifically a FedEx? Somebody knew somebody there. Hugh, who do you recall knowing someone there? A, I don't know. I didn't know that person. I didn't know the guy that said he knew somebody. I went with him, and I didn't know who he was. I forgot his name. He was with us. Hugh, so you don't recall his name at the moment? A, I don't remember his name at all, no. Hugh, is there something that would refresh your recollection? What's his name? The court. Well, she'll show you the transcript. MS Cruz Melendez. I'm showing the witness again 3500 DS 14. Mr. Williams. Hugh, does that refresh your recollection? Mr. Williams. I remember a Williams, but I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 723. Remember his name. I don't remember it. I remember the Williams, though. Hugh, and do you recall anything about Williams in terms of do you recall any information about Williams? And no. He was one of Robert's friends. Hugh, and what, if anything, did Williams do for a living? A real estate or something like that, if I remember correctly. Hugh, and so, when you arrived at this shipping place, or the FedEx place, excuse me, who did you go inside? Yes. Hugh, who went inside? Me and Aaliyah and Williams. Hugh, and what happened once you went inside? She took a work ID. Hugh, what do you mean she took a work ID? She took a picture. Hugh, when you say a work ID, work from where? The company, the FedEx office, wherever we went. I don't remember if it was FedEx or what, because I don't know if FedEx existed there. Hugh, what type of company was it? It was a courier company. The court, is it correct when you say she got an ID like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 724. The witness, a work ID. The court, as though she worked there? The witness, yes. The court, all right. Next question. By MS Cruz Melendez. Hugh, so what happened after Aaliyah obtained the ID card from the courier location? We went back to the hotel. Hugh, and what happened after you went to the hotel? We went to get the marriage license. Hugh, and who went to go get the marriage license? A Daryl McDavid, me, Robert, and Aaliyah. Q. Do you recall where you went to go get the marriage license? A city hall in Maywood. Q. How did you get there? A drive. Q. So who went into the city hall? A me, Daryl McDavid, Robert, and Aaliyah. Q. Was anyone else there? A no. Q. Was Tyree there? A maybe Tyree possibly was there, yes. I mean, Q. What happened once you got into the city hall? They applied for their marriage license. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 725. Q. When you say they, who do you mean? A Robert and Aaliyah. Q. From what you observed, when Aaliyah and the defendant went into the Maywood City Hall, did anyone review Aaliyah's ID? A yes. Q. What, if anything, happened when was it an employee at the City Hall? A yes. Q. Okay. What, if anything, happened when the employee at the City Hall reviewed Aaliyah's ID? As she let them sign the marriage license. Q. Did she let them sign the marriage license right away? As she reviewed the ID, and she gave the marriage license. Q. Do you recall giving testimony in the grand jury? A yes. Q. And do you recall taking an oath to tell the truth? A mechanic. Objection. The court overruled. You keep on threatening me. I'm ready to go home. The court. Well, we're not going home yet. Do you want to show him something and see if it refreshes his recollection? Let's do that. Okay. MS Cruz Melendez. Absolutely. The witness, I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 726. The court. We are almost. The witness. Yes, ma'am. The court. Thank you so much. All right. The witness, and the lady was a little hesitant. MS Cruz Melendez. Read it to yourself. The witness. Let me just read it, because you keep asking me stuff over and over. I'm getting older and I can't just remember everything. The court. Well, look at it and see if it refreshes recollection. Does that refresh your recollection? The witness. I'm uncomfortable with this, Your Honor. I'm truly uncomfortable. We're continuously talking about Aaliyah. Her parents are not here, and I don't understand why I got to do that. The court. Well, we can have a conversation about that another time. Let's try to move this along. The question is, does that refresh your recollection about the witness? Yes, it does. The court. What happened? The witness. Yes. The court. And what happened? The witness. Okay. Yes, because the IDs didn't have her age on it. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 727. Q. So what I don't know what Daryl did. I don't know, you know. The court. But you said Daryl talked. Is that what you said? Daryl the witness. Yes, Daryl talked to somebody in there. I don't know what he did. The court. All right. And then what happened next? The witness. Then they signed the marriage license. The court. All right. Next question. The witness. Then they went and got married. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, and did they obtain a marriage license? A yes. Hugh, and what, if anything, happened with the marriage license? A took it to a preacher, right. Hugh, so where did you all go after the back to the hotel? Hugh, the same hotel? A yes. Hugh, and what happened once you got back to the hotel? They had arranged for a minister, and a ceremony took place. Hugh, was there a minister there? A yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. D. Smith Direct Cruz Melendez. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 728. Hugh, and do you recall the name of the minister? No, I do not. You can show it to me and I'll remember his name. I don't know his name. I mean, I didn't remember his name because it wasn't important to me. The court. But he was a preacher, right? The witness. Yes, ma'am. The court. Next question. M.S. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, I would like to refresh the witness recollection. The witness. What's his name? Hugh, can you read that and see if it refreshes your recollection? A. Edmund, I think. Something like that, yes. M.S. Cruz Melendez. One moment, Your Honor. The court. Sure. Actually, this is a good time to break. It is almost 5:30, and I know some of the jurors have to get home. M.S. Cruz Melendez. Okay. Your Honor, if I could. The court. Do you want to finish up? Whatever you want to do. 2 minutes. M.S. Cruz Melendez. I want him to repeat his last answer. The court. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR. 729. By M.S. Cruz Melendez. Hugh, what was the name? A. It said Edmund. I think Edmund something. Hugh, was the name of the officiant who was at the hotel. A. Yes. Yes. M.S. Cruz Melendez. I'm fine with ending there. The court. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the weekend. Please do not talk about the case. Don't look anything up. Don't read any articles about it. Don't watch any news or anything like that. I thank you for your patience this week. I will see you Monday morning. We will begin at 9:30. And again, don't look anything up. Don't talk to anybody about the case. Don't read anything. Have a great weekend. The courtroom deputy, all rise. Jury exits the courtroom. The court, okay, you can take the witness out. M.S. Cruz Melendez, Your Honor, just one moment, if you could instruct the witness he does need to return. The court, you need to be here on Monday morning. And what time do you want him here? We are starting at 9:30. So I will see you both then. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 730. M.S. Cruz Melendez, thank you. The witness, tell the judge to do things the court. See you later. Have a good weekend. Witness exits courtroom. The court, let's talk about schedule. I assume there will come a time when we finish this witness, and then if that happy day arrives, then I take it you will have some more witnesses on Monday. Are there any more witnesses of a category? I assume this person is his own unique fellow, but are there any other people that fall into this same category? M.S. Geddes, it is within the realm of possibility. The court, I see. Okay, well, you will let me know. I'm not going to ask you how much time you expect to spend with this gentleman, but I'm sure it will be productive. Mechanic, I hope. The court, I take it you don't really have a whole lot more left. M.S. Cruz Melendez, I don't know. Mechanic, Your Honor, could I get an understanding as to court's ruling as to overruling my objection? The government was impeaching its witness by the court. I didn't let her do it. Mechanic, okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Proceedings. MDL RPR CRR CSR 731. The court, so it never happened. Mechanic, all right. Okay. The court, I think we suggested that she refresh his recollection instead. Mechanic, yeah. The court, because he said he was getting older, as we all are. All right. Anything else before we stop? All right. Everybody have a good weekend. Matter adjourned to August 23, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. SAM OCR RMR CRR RPR 732. INDEX. Witness page. Anthony Navarro direct examination by Ms. Geddes 475 cross-examination by Ms. Blank Becker 526 redirect examination by Ms. Geddes 581 recross examination by Ms. Blank Becker 585. Courtney Wilson direct examination by Ms. Geddes 589 cross-examination by Mr. Farinella 608. Carolyn Harris direct examination by Ms. Cruz Melendez 613 cross-examination by Ms. Blank Becker 642 redirect examination by Ms. Cruz Melendez 647. Demetrius Smith direct examination by Ms. Cruz Melendez 663. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Sam OCRRMRCRRPR 733. EXHIBITS. Governments Exhibit 31 478. Governments Exhibit 502 C 480. Governments Exhibit 497. Governments Exhibit 32 498. Governments Exhibit 7508. Governments Exhibit 34 514. Governments Exhibit 521 517. Governments Exhibit 6 665. Governments Exhibit 54 676. $. $15 2 620:14 620:24.